Today, we are going to tour one of the most impressive sci-fi collections on YouTube. I first discovered the owner of this collection through one of his videos featuring the iconic yellow Masterworks Collection. I'd seen these volumes here and there in other library tours, but here was somebody with a huge collection of them, all in one place and organized by Spreadsheet. My kind of guy. There's a reason nearly everyone knows about the Harvard classics, Encyclopedia Britannica's great books of the Western world, and the Loeb Classical Library by Harvard University Press. These are canon-forming collections that keep the classics in print and help readers discover the most important works of Western civilization. Now here I was, discovering the equivalent collection in the genre of science fiction. And it turns out that under the Masterworks brand, there are actually multiple related lines, subsets, and variants, all of which we will explore fully in this tour. By the end of this video, you'll have a solid foundation of both the history of sci-fi publishing and the most important books and authors and what makes each of them unique. You'll also learn about the golden age of sci-fi from 1939 to 1950, which was largely based in short stories and a single dominant magazine called Astounding, and how that transitioned into the paperback era in the 50s and 60s. You'll also learn about major innovations that happened in the 60s and 70s. The later Borderland category, often called Slipstream, most famously associated with Bruce Sterling's 1989 essay, and the place of television series like Star Trek within this broader story. My guest today is Richard Rempel, the man behind the YouTube channel VintageSF. He hails from Winnipeg, Canada, about an hour north of the U.S. border between Minnesota and North Dakota. Geography is uniquely relevant to this tour because the Masterworks collection is largely a feature of the major Anglophone countries outside of the U.S., so you often won't see these editions much at all in American collections. We'll get more into that later. Richard's focus is on vintage science fiction, and he has a special interest in the history of sci-fi. Plus, he has a wide range of interests in terms of sci-fi subgenres. We talked about cyberpunk versus cypherpunk, time travel, space exploration, first contact, bioengineering, climate fiction, hard sci-fi, space opera, military sci-fi, alternate history, dystopian futures, post-apocalyptic worlds, medical sci-fi, robot uprisings, virtual reality, transhumanism, generation ships, big dumb objects, gender utopias and dystopias, satirical sci-fi, sci-fi mystery, sci-fi westerns, and more. Plus, I asked him about what differences he noticed between the science fiction of American versus British versus Canadian authors. Before we jump in, just a quick note that there are some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. There's a book giveaway, plus you can download all the high-resolution photos of Richard's library. You'll also get a resources spreadsheet, which will give you links for where to find some of the key books and other resources we talked about in this video, including Richard's resources related to the Masterworks collection. You'll also get my classics resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details for the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library and other similar sets from Harvard University Press, as well as other publishers of facing page translation libraries. You'll also get a free book where I gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the past couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all of these free bonuses. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There's one course and one program that I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the subjects we cover in this tour. The first item is my self-directed learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps like learning system organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action, directly or through a program of deliberate practice. Please click the second link in the description for more on the self-directed learner course. The second item is my Maestro program, which will teach you everything you need to know about how to use AI to improve your learning and productivity by offloading lower skill tasks and workflows to LLMs and agents so that you can focus on the higher order creative tasks you most enjoy. Each month you'll get a new module teaching you a foundational AI skill or technology. Plus, you'll get updates on the biggest changes over the past month, so you're always up to date as new capabilities come online. With AI, we have opened a new Pandora's box. I also include from time to time my thoughts on the broader societal dislocations caused by AI and my economic and policy predictions about our sci-fi future, like my belief that UBI will soon be necessary as part of a New Deal. For all that and more, please click the third link in the description. If you'd like to learn more about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks, and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the fourth link in the description, where you can view my complete course catalog. And now, let's get into the bookshelf tour with Richard Rempel. Okay, so Richard, thanks a lot for agreeing to show us your library. And I thought we'd start off by just, if you could say a little bit about your background and how you've built and organized this collection.
All right. Thank you for having me, Timothy. Um, I grew up in Manitoba, Canada, on a farm. And eventually, when I was in my teens, we moved to Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, where I live now. As a youth, I had some interest in science fiction pretty soon because my father, when I was young, would watch some of the original Star Trek when it was airing on TV. And from there, got interested in some of the novelizations, James Blish's books on those. And eventually that led me to looking in my school library for science fiction to read. And I fell in love with the genre. Now, we'll fast forward because I don't think you want a life story here, but we'll fast forward to I was retiring about 4 or 5 years ago, and I was thinking about what kind of projects I could do. I'd had a family, I had a career, I was a teacher, and I decided it would be fun to re-engage science fiction. Of course, I'd enjoyed science fiction throughout my adult years, but I hadn't enjoyed it to the level I had as a teenager. So it was almost reverting back to my interests as a younger person. And I discovered that there were people on YouTube who talked about books. I didn't know that until it just happened to appear in my feed. And I came across a YouTuber from Britain who was talking about science fiction. He was about the age I was. And I was thinking, I could do this. And it would be a lot of fun to collect science fiction and to read it and to review it on YouTube.
Do you want to give him a
So,
little shout out who this guy is? I'm curious.
sure. His name is Stephen E. Andrews. He is the Outlaw Bookseller is his channel. And the video I remember watching is he was with a friend, Graham Bray, and they called it Two Old Grumpy Men Talking About Science Fiction. And I didn't think they were that grumpy. They were just having a good time talking about the science fiction books that they both had collected. So that was the origin of starting to collect science fiction again, starting to read it, and then deciding to start a channel about it. And the channel is not only about reviewing science fiction, it's talking about traveling, finding used bookstores, collecting books, collecting series of books, talking about I moved from a house into an apartment. We were downsizing. And so it's even talking about that move, constructing the shelves that you see here. I've only been in this apartment now for just over a month. So this is all brand new behind me here in terms of the setup.
What
And
brand are these?
They are IKEA and it's called Calyx.
Hmm.
If you have records, albums, this is the perfect size for a record.
Mm.
But I've used these. Uh, you'll see in some shelves that I have used these with two layers, one in front, and then I have a riser so that there's sort of a mezzanine in the back. I've only done that for my small A size paperbacks, or some people might call those mass market paperbacks.
I was going to also say, how did you come up with the name of your channel?
Well, the SF, although some people might think that could be San Francisco, it stood for science fiction or speculative fiction. And vintage is because I want to look at older books primarily. I do read stuff that's from this millennium, but I really want to go back and explore the history of science fiction and explore a lot of books I read are from 40s, 50s, 60s, even into 70s. That's probably the bulk of my reading so far. But as we go through my shelves, you'll see that I've been collecting things from the 90s to through to the present as well. And not all is science fiction. You can see there we have Shirley Jackson. And so she's more of a bit of a horror writer, a fantastic writer, a very good writer too.
I thought we would start with the Masterworks because this is how I first discovered your channel. I got recommended a video where you were talking about these, and I just was like, wow, you've got a huge collection of these. And I didn't know too much about them, but my understanding was that they weren't primarily in the US. I have a friend, Dr. Anthony Medivier, who was also a guest on the program, and he had some of these, and he's in Australia. And I'd remembered something about he said, or I'd somehow learned that they were like Australia, maybe Britain, but maybe you could tell us a little bit more about these, and then we could get into the individual um, volumes here.
So SF, once again, is for science fiction. Science Fiction Masterworks is printed. I'm going to go with the imprint name is Golanx, which is the G that you see at the bottom there in the compass. Golanx has been acquired by other groups as well, but it's a UK company and it's named after Victor Golanx, who was a publisher. Golanx was able to manage to get the rights to many of the science fiction novels printed not only from the United States, because the United States publishers didn't sell at that time that this was started in Britain. So they were able to get the rights for Britain itself, for the UK. And then they, of course, they published their UK authors and some other authors worldwide. They gathered a large catalog over the years of these books and their rights. And so in 1999, they started using a black spine, but they started something called the SF Masterworks, where they published what they were going to start off with uh, is it's a little further than that. The next photo, I think, shows it. There we go. They have numbers on the spines, and they published, I think it got up to about 72 of them. And so there's some examples of what they looked like. They printed those, I think, from 1999 to 2008, perhaps. And following that, they had a second release of many, many more that had the yellow spine, as they're commonly called. And right now, one of the reasons that some people have found my channel is because I have created spreadsheets and galleries of covers and the listings of books that are in the SF Masterworks. One of the reasons I did that is although Golanx is selling these, they haven't done a great job of cataloging how many there are and what the covers are. And sometimes they go in and out of print. They're used primarily in bookstores as mass sale items, kind of like you have classics and you have the mass printing of different classics, and they're on the shelves, and you can buy a whole bunch of them. they do that for science fiction with the SF Masterworks. And so in the UK, in Australia, somewhat in Canada, from where I'm from, they sell these as something that could go on sale quite often at half price, say, of what their
Oh,
regular price would be. And so it's
and
an
what is that,
easy
like 20
collectible
bucks each,
entry
or
level. Pardon me?
is that like 20 bucks each, or?
Their standard price would be about, let's see, in American, probably 18 to $20. So you would get them here in Canada. I think it's around $22 with our dollar, and I could get them sometimes for $7.99 to $10 for them. And of course, I did pick up some of them in used bookstores.
Maybe you could, there are a number of variants we're looking at here, and I'd like to just be a little bit more comprehensive in terms of giving sort of a label for each of these. So if we could go through each kind of subset here, and you could tell us kind of what's the
Sure.
proper term for it.
Maybe if you go back to the first slide,
Mhm.
there's actually these are laminated hardcovers, so it doesn't have a dust jacket. The reason that these are hardcovers is Golanx didn't have the paperback rights to them, but they did have the hardcover rights to them. So there's a certain number of these that are printed in that way, and they're just slightly larger than the paperbacks. So a very famous one, if you go to the next shot, is Frank Herbert's Dune. They didn't have the paperback rights in the UK, but they did have this hardcover right.
And so we
Yeah,
see that height difference there of,
that's right. Yeah. And so I just put them alphabetically in the hardcovers, and then I like to do my shelves by book size. So I'll have all of one book size and the next book size down. And so then we have all the paperbacks here, and I have them in alphabetical order by author, last name. The next set that you see here, it has a GA at the top. That stands for Golden Age, Golden Age Masterworks. Golden Age is generally thought to be about 1940 and perhaps into the 1950 time range. And it really corresponded with a certain editor of a magazine. His name is John W. Campbell Jr. Now, these don't necessarily follow exactly that time frame. In fact, there's some books in here that touch into the 1960s. But Golanx had these books, the rights to these books, and had them in digital format. And they're finding some of the digital format books were selling well, and they decided to put them into print, decided to make that subset. So you see Arthur C. Clarke. Many people will know him, but there's some great authors here that you may not have heard of, like C.L. Moore, Catherine Louise Moore. A lot of people don't know some of the female authors from the earlier years of science fiction.
and then we have this one.
Yeah, that one, and it continues on to the next shelf. There's a subset of William Gibson books that were not SF Masterworks, but they're printed by Golanx. You can see they still have the uh, compass with the G on the bottom there. And so I just put them in there to separate to the next ones. Um, but we'll see later on. There's different ways that I have collected William Gibson, but I was trying to keep all the Golanx titles together. There's one there, the SF that has Karen Joy Fowler, Sarah Canary, with VG for Victor Golanx there. That one is actually the best of SF Masterworks. So they have another subset. I believe it was of, oh, I'm struggling here. I think it was like 12. I know it's bigger than that. It's got to be about 20 books that were in this format. And they had a deeper, darker yellow to them. And they had one artist create the covers for all of those books. And his name was Auton Purser. I actually got to interview him. He
Nice.
was on a ship in Antarctica. His job, his main job is photographing undersea. And so he was on a scientific mission out there, but he also is an illustrator. And so that was a lot of fun.
Well,
The next ones you have there are the ones that we were talking about, the early ones from 1999 to the 2008 or so. And I just have some samples there. I certainly don't have that whole collection, but I like sampling, and you can see even before on the other side of it, there are three books there that come from Golanx is very good at making these sets. This one was called the SF Collector's Edition, and it was prior to the SF Masterworks. And once again, some of these books were repeated across multiple subsets. The beauty of what Golanx does is they keep old science fiction in print, and they have that kind of a niche market in the UK and Commonwealth markets. Now, you do find some of these in the United States, but it's not easy because you have publishers in the United States who have the rights to these books. And so this is kind of, uh, they don't want these on regular bookshelves there because they want to sell their own imprints.
Hmm. So is there a name for these black ones?
Most people just call them the Black Spine SF Masterworks, but they do have Masterworks on the spine there, you can see, and it does have SF. I don't know if actually, if you want me to grab one, I can and
Yeah,
bring it to the
be cool.
camera. Okay.
Yep. And if there isn't a name, you can invent it and people will start using it.
I'll show you an example of what they did for Golden Age Masterworks. So it looks like this. Perhaps actually I should just get a regular Masterworks as well.
Yeah. If you could also show the spine with each one so people can
Sure.
kind of connect the dots.
Let's start with what would be the first series that I've collected. This is SF Masterworks. This one's John Brunner, Stand on Zanzibar. That's the black spine with a number. Not all of them have a number, but they are assigned a number. And then you have sort of four quadrants in the back about the book and its author and some testimonials.
Nice.
Then we have the next edition of these was called SF Masterworks again. And the logo is a little bit different. And that logo is carried to the side with the circle. This is Robert Silverberg dying inside. And on the back, they have it divided in two with a description of the book, a little bit about the author down here, and testimonials.
Might be cool to grab a hardcover so we can see what
Sure.
the two of them look like.
The hardcover looks very much like the paperback. And it basically is exactly the same in format.
Hey, look at the UK
But
price
it's
on that
not,
one.
pardon me?
£10.99
Yes.
on the bottom.
You'll notice often that there isn't even a Canadian or American price on those. I found a dealer in the UK who shipped for very cheap to Canada, and so I did purchase a number that way. So it's a laminated board. It's not a dust jacket on these, but it's still considered a hardcover. Let's see.
Is the inside pretty nice? It might be cool to just show a couple
Sure.
pages inside.
I found that that can vary. There's no pictures or anything like that, but I found that there are some books which, whoops, you might have just heard a few of them hit the floor there. I found that there are some books that the font seems almost a little bit like it was photocopied, that it's not quite as, um, the contrast and the sharpness is not quite there.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is that way. It's only rarely a couple of different books I've found, but otherwise it's easy to read. I find these very easy to read.
Cool.
And this was an example of the Golden Age Masterworks. I like that some of the books also have introductions by other science fiction authors or critics of science fiction. And then on the back here, they have the two columns, but this time they have black for this column, but it's similar to the science fiction masterworks, the yellow spined ones. And so generally people distinguish them by their spine colors. So this is black and yellow. And yeah, here, I'll just put them beside each other.
Yeah.
So this would be the early ones. The ones that are still presently in print are the last three here.
Do you know anything about the color, like why they chose yellow or why they switched it?
I
It's
do
very
not.
distinctive.
Yeah. No, I don't know what their graphic or decision was on that. But I know there's an opinion. Some people really like the black spined ones in terms
Yeah.
of how they look, especially on the shelf. And then others go, oh, I like the yellow spined ones. And often they don't agree. They don't like both. They like one or the other.
The artwork is really cool. I mean,
Yeah.
it's really high quality stuff. It's some of the best I've seen, actually.
They really tried to, at least at the beginning, sometimes now we have a little bit more of AI type artwork on some of the later ones.
Mm.
But some of the earlier ones were definitely artists drawing the covers for them, similar to some of the older science fiction books. We might talk about this later, but some of the older science fiction books have beautiful covers that were commissioned paintings that the author, or sorry, that the artists actually knew what the story was about. And so were reflecting what was in the book.
Well,
Now, often you will find science fiction covers that have nothing to do with what's inside the book, they just look cool.
so maybe before we go back to the first photos here, we could just go through and if there's any particular titles you'd like to highlight for people, favorites,
Sure.
and even just for people who are newer to sci-fi, there's some really big names here, and you can maybe flag those as well.
Well, the nice thing about the SF Masterworks is usually it's big names.
Okay.
Those were some of the big contracts that they had. But there's also some pretty obscure people in here too, which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
So um, now I'm going to say I've collected a lot of books over the last 3 to 4 years. I certainly haven't read all of them. Um, I do read quite a bit, and I've kind of collected a library where I can just sort of pick things out of here. I like to say that I'm sort of at the maintenance stage now for my library. It's just under 1,000 books that I have some that I let go, or I have some that I find a nicer copy, perhaps a first edition copy of something, and then I let the paperback go. But this, as I said, is my science fiction project that or sorry, my retirement project that I'm enjoying. So I say that to say that I haven't read Douglas Adams yet. Uh, very much humor, satire. Many people will know Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, even through a movie or a television show. Iain M. Banks is a author who has created a universe that's called The Culture. And this is actually a standalone or singleton book that's not part of that universe, but he's well known for it. He's also interesting because he wrote thrillers or other novels, and he used the name Iain Banks for those. So if you see Iain M. Banks, that meant that it was a science fiction book. Arthur C. Clarke, I think many people will have heard that name. Um, Childhood's End is one of his most famous novels, one of the first science fiction novels that I read in middle school that wasn't part of a TV show or movie adaptation. And to this day, it's one of my favorite novels from Arthur C. Clarke. Many people will know his uh, teaming up with Stanley Kubrick to make the film 2001: A Space Odyssey. And we'll talk about that later because I have a book that's very interesting about that partnership between Kubrick and Clarke.
Hmm.
Philip K. Dick, he's one of the pillars of science fiction from the 60s and 70s. Uh, Most people will know the movie Blade Runner, which was based on his book Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Loosely based, I'll say. But he is a very famous science fiction author. You'll recognize even some of his short stories have become movies as well. And see, we have Robert A. Heinlein here too. There were actually three American authors who were known as the Big Three, and that was Arthur C. Clarke that we saw in that previous photo, Robert A. Heinlein, and Isaac Asimov. Some people even say that there might be the big four if you were talking about sales of books in the 50s and 60s, and that would be Frank Herbert right beside it for Dune. So those are very famous American authors. Kurt Vonnegut is interesting because some people don't even think of him as a science fiction author. They just think of him as a literary author, but he definitely has science fiction themes in his books. From there, we move into, uh, I'm not going to talk a lot about what a book is necessarily about unless you would like to know something about a book.
Yeah.
Many people know about Dune from the movies that have recently come out. Above there, we have a UK author, and this is the start of the soft covers or paperbacks. His name is Brian Aldiss, and sometimes you see his name as Brian W. Aldiss. And so we have three books from him. I should mention, I do not have all the SF Masterworks. There's over 200 of them, and some of them I have in American editions that I've kept instead of having the SF Masterworks edition. So in some of the photos you'll actually see I have a stack of them beside me here. And those are ones that are going to be moving on because I either have a different edition or I really didn't enjoy the novel that much and I didn't think I'd want to leave it on my shelf space.
Yeah. Cool.
So all this, I'll say that I've read nonstop and it's a great generation ship book where people don't realize they're on a generation ship. One of the very first of that kind, I think it was from 1959. Then we have Poul Anderson, an American author, I believe. Oh, hang on a sec. Poul Anderson might be actually from one of the, from Norway or Sweden, so one of those
Scandinavian.
Scandinavian places originally. I'm not sure if then I think they moved to the United States. But Tau Zero is an awesome book. That one's about a spaceship that is accelerating and can't stop accelerating. Something broke. And so they're going beyond the speed of light, and the universe is aging rapidly around them as they go beyond. There we see Isaac Asimov, The Gods Themselves. Isaac Asimov is very famous for a lot of his scientific books as well. He was a scientist and wrote many nonfiction science books. There was a time period in the 60s where he was writing a lot of nonfiction science books, and he came out in 1972 with The Gods Themselves, a science fiction book, and it won many awards. It was his return to science fiction.
Mm. He has the concept of psychohistory, a predictive mathematical sociology
The
in the
Foundation
foundation.
series.
Yeah.
That's right. And right now, Apple TV has a series about that, loosely based on it or the scaffolding of it, but they take it very differently.
And this came up in the Harvard biochemist PhD bookshelf tour. We were talking about Turchin, who's a historian who has sort of a quantitative model. And I was just thinking it's got a similarity to Asimov's sort of hypothetical scientific discipline.
Yeah. There's Psychohistory with Harry Seldon. TJ Bass is someone I haven't read yet, but I was collecting. Stephen Baxter is what some might call a hard science fiction author. And what they mean by hard is that the science is forefront and can be complicated at times. There could be long passages of trying to explain some sort of scientific principle or some astronomical principle.
Are you interested in sort of the modern day attempts to, go to Mars, go to the moon, and that kind of stuff?
Yes, I am. I definitely find it very, very interesting. And uh, I have some thoughts about getting to Mars. Although I love science fiction and I love the fantastical realms of science fiction, and I'll say fantastical because I'm not sure if they're realistically science based. I'm not sure realistically if we can actually live on Mars. there's some very daunting scientific problems there.
Yeah.
And never mind trying to get to Mars, just to be able to have a system that allows us to survive the elements, the harshness of space, and the trying to have a system that is self-sufficient. Uh, I I I do travel into the United States and Canada and sometimes even into Europe, and I do look at used bookstores and stuff in those areas. But I went to Tucson, Arizona, and just north of Tucson, Arizona, there's something called the Biosphere 2. And the Biosphere
Yep.
2 was an experiment to see if you could have people exist in this biosphere and not leave it, that you would have plants and that you would be able to grow your own food, that you would be able to produce your own oxygen, etc. And it's a very interesting place to visit. And the experiments didn't quite work out as they'd like to, but they did have people existing for quite a long time period in those domes. But seeing that and hearing some of the problems that they had there make me very concerned for people living in something, even space stations, living for a long time in a space station if you don't have consistent help from Earth.
Yeah. So you can actually go inside and like kind of experience it.
You can walk through it.
Wow.
They have it now. I think it's with the University of Arizona is running it now, and they use it as an experimental place for ecology and climate change now. So they have different ecosystems within there, a rainforest, and they call it an ocean. There's a big water area that they have, and they're trying to uh, create a steady ecology within there, including a reef,
Mm.
and then areas where they would grow food, even a desert area. And they have to find ways of exchanging the air and moisture and continuing it. They're not bringing in new moisture. They have to have moisture that is continuously throughout the system. Very fascinating. It's a multi we'll call them domes, but they're in different shapes as well, geodesic shapes, but multi buildings connected together.
Yeah, I'm really interested in all that stuff, and I've followed SpaceX and what they're doing. They just put out an announcement, I think, a few days ago on a mass driver for the moon,
Mm.
and the whole physics of that is pretty cool. Where because there's less gravity and maybe less atmosphere, you don't need to launch stuff with a rocket. You can just put it on a long, basically railroad line, and then it just gets fast enough and just shoots out into space.
In the
So
19 in the 1950s, there was a movie called When Worlds Collide, and they had that kind of a principle, but it was on Earth, that they had a rocket on a long rail that went up a mountainside and shot into space. But mass driver, you would just do that with the magnetic field uh, barreling along, basically like your Tesla starts,
Mhm.
barreling along there until it gets the speed to be able to exit the moon's gravity, I understand.
Are there any, as we go, it'd be interesting to hear if you see any of these as particularly, uh, I mean, it sounded like you were gesturing towards the psychological issues that people have and maybe social issues of in these groups when they're spending several months, if not a few years, in these enclosed environments. Um, but if you have, any recommendations in terms of that side of things, of like the almost, I wouldn't say Lord of the Flies necessarily, but just kind of in a small enclosed space, almost like a prison. And it's what kind of special psychological, social issues are there? And then also if any of these are particularly realistic in terms of imagining what the next 10, 20 years of SpaceX and some other attempts to establish. From what I've heard, the focus has sort of shifted from Mars to the moon, like in the last 6 to 12 months with SpaceX. I don't fully understand that piece of it, but um, yeah, if you have any recommendations on kind of either of those, I'd love to hear that as we go.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to have a lot because I think most of the books that I have here are a little bit more fantastical. They're not immediate future type ideas. And if they are immediate future, it's more Earth-based psychological
Okay.
future. So here in this group here, Alfred Bester was an author who came out in the 1950s with fiction that sometimes I like to say just punched you in the face. He had this attitude and this way of writing. He was Philip K. Dick before Philip K. Dick came about. And those are two very famous books of his. The Star is My Destination, which was released originally in the UK as Tiger Tiger, and Alfred, and the other one is The Demolished Man. And I believe The Demolished Man was one of the first books to win a Hugo Award. Hugo Award is a science fiction world convention award that they give out to novels and novellas and short stories, etc. And it's named after one of the first editors of science fiction, Hugo Gernsback from the 1920s.
Nice.
James Blish is a British author, and some people recognize his name because he did the novelizations of the original Star Trek, the original series uh, episodes, and that was actually where I first heard of him.
Could you just
Lee Brackett,
define novelization?
pardon me?
Could you just define novelization?
Sure. Um, what you would have is scripts for TV shows or scripts for movies, and those would be given sometimes in advance with the movies to an author to create a novel of it so that it could be released as with a movie, it would be released concurrently, sometimes even before the movie came out, so that people could buy it and read the story. The novelizations sometimes had to fill in gaps where they didn't know how it was visually going to be presented. So there's some very interesting differences between novelizations and actual movies or TV shows. In the case of James Blish with the original Star Trek, the episodes were all out, and they they didn't know at the time how popular it would become in syndication. And so with that popularity, they started to look to provide merchandise, including books, which had multiple episodes in each of the books. I believe they came out with approximately 12 books. We'll see later on. I do have omnibus editions of those books.
Do you have a rough sense of like how many episodes per book? There's like a
I,
season.
I, well, you know what? I think there's,
I thought there were like a huge number of seasons and like,
yeah, there was 3 seasons and they had a lot of episodes in a season. So I think there's somewhere in the 70s in terms of how many episodes there are. And if
yeah,
that's 12 books, you're looking at six, maybe six
yeah.
episodes in a paperback.
Hmm. Okay.
They're kind of like long chapters.
Yeah.
Leigh Brackett is another famous female author from the 1950s. The Long Tomorrow is a great book. Um, who would survive a nuclear apocalypse? Well, perhaps it could be the Mennonites, those who have shunned the big cities and some of the modern technology. And so it's interesting that there's an amendment to the Constitution of the United States where you can't have cities larger than the size of, I don't know what it was, 200, 300 people. And they didn't want technology to advance to, again, to a point which could destroy the world. But of course, there's a couple of boys who want to find a fabled place where technology still exists. Uh, Aldous Budrys. Um, Probably a lot of people haven't heard of him. He also was a critic in science fiction. I haven't read Pat Cadigan. She's a little bit more contemporary. I believe her books came out in the 80s and 90s. And then we see a lot of Arthur C. Clarke there. Some of the famous ones that people might recognize would be Rendezvous with Rama. That is one that's about, in science fiction, we have some acronyms every once in a while. For example, a BEM would be a bug-eyed monster. Uh, BDO would be a big dumb object. And so if something comes into your solar system, and I mean we've seen interstellar objects enter our solar system, what if inside of there is something that is alien, that there's a structure inside of there. That's what Rendezvous with Rama is asking, because there is a big object entering our solar system. And so they are going to meet it, and they find that they can go inside and explore it. Lots of Arthur C. Clarke, if he's a very popular author, if people aren't aware of him. And you can see at the top there, Philip K. Dick. We're going to see a lot of his books as well. Samuel R. Delany is a very well regarded, more academic type literary author in science fiction. I haven't read his work yet, but I've started to collect some things. And D.G. Compton, he is a British author from the 60s and 70s. And he's a good writer, but he's not very well known. And thank goodness we have SF Masterworks to bring out some of his work. So A Scanner Darkly would have been one of Philip K. Dick's famous books. We'll see a lot more here in the next photo. Ubik, Andrew's Dream of Electric Sheep, etc. There's a lot of really well-known Philip K. Dick books, and he's very accessible. People can find him very easy to read. One of his books that is very famous, that is read in schools. Hang on one sec. I'm not sure if you want to show this, but this is a very
Yeah,
famous one called The Man in the High Castle. And it is an alternate reality where America has lost the war and is divided by Germany, and I'm talking World War II, Germany and Japan. And they did make a series of this as well, I believe.
Could you show the spine?
Sure.
Thanks.
So this is one of those laminated hardcovers.
Hmm.
So that might be one of his most famous books, because it has been taught both, I think, in schools and in universities. Harlan Ellison was a very famous short story writer from the United States, um, very opinionated, and is well known for uh, speaking his mind. And he edited some anthologies where he is encouraging his friends who write science fiction to push the envelope, to push the limits in terms of what was going on in science fiction. And this is in the 60s and 70s. There, in the UK, there was something called the New Wave, where authors were trying to take science fiction and bring it experimentally into a more literary level. And Harlan Ellison kind of did the same thing in the United States. His version was pushing authors to beyond their comfort zone and to try to take things one step further, either conceptually or just even in how we as humans behave with each other. And so those were called Dangerous Visions, and there was two of them, Dangerous Visions and Dangerous Visions 2. And just recently, Harlan Ellison's passed away quite a few years ago now. Recently, someone edited or took some of the books that he had purchased, sorry, took some of the short stories he had purchased for another book and put that out as Dangerous Visions 3, or Dangerous Visions Again, I think it was called.
Do you know what the impetus was to like make those changes? Was there something in the air?
In the 1960s, there was a lot of things that were going on, from um, if you think even in the United States with the Vietnam War, looking at human rights, looking at what our responsibility as a society is to each other. The older science fiction sometimes had a pulp nature to it, which meant that they came from pulp magazines, and they had these bug-eyed monsters or these people flying through space doing heroic things. there was a push against that they wanted to try to make science fiction more relevant, science fiction more contemporary, and to um, be accepted outside of the traditional science fiction readers, that they would become literature in their own right. And so there was a push by a number of authors in the UK and in the United States to do that. Um, in the 1980s, Bruce Sterling came up with the term slipstream to talk about novels that people may not necessarily know as science fiction, but are science fiction. A famous one you might think of that way. People may not think of Michael Crichton's work as science fiction, but much of it is. Jurassic Park is a great example. Very, a very fun adventure story, but it really is based in science fiction.
Hmm. Could you name one or two others?
Sure. Um, you got me thinking here for a second again.
You know, the movie that I always thought was cool was the one where the drillers have to like fly to the moon, fly to an asteroid and blow it up before it hits the Earth.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can find the name of that one.
there was a couple, but that one I think was
Bruce.
Bruce Willis. Yeah, was
Yeah.
in that one.
Well, we can come
So
back to it, but
sure. But the other ones that I could just think of off the top of my head is some of Neil Stephenson's work is definitely towards science fiction, but some people may not think it is. He also writes historical novels. The Margaret Atwood with The Handmaid's Tale, that would sometimes be not thought of as science fiction, but is very much a dystopic future.
hmm.
Probably a lot of ones that are in that realm of a future that's a dark or cautionary future. Some people may not think of as science fiction. For example, like 1984
Yeah.
or A Brave New World could be thought in that realm as well.
Maybe the pre-crime one,
Oh, Minority
Minority.
Report.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's based on a Philip K. Dick book.
So Armageddon is
Sorry.
the name of the
Ah,
1998 Michael Bay movie.
yeah, yeah, I do remember that. It was quite a uh, blockbuster type movie.
There's also The Giver.
Yes,
I
it's
always
a
thought that
great
was an
book.
interesting one.
Yeah, that one's taught in schools, and it's a very good one.
Okay.
So looking
Some good
back in
rabbit
here,
trails for people. Yep.
well, I'm just going to touch down on a couple places. I'll just talk about The Body Snatchers by Jack Finney was made into a movie in the 1950s called The Body Snatchers, remade again in the 1970s to a movie called The Body Snatchers. The idea really stemmed from looking at communism. Science fiction was a very big metaphor for different things happening within culture. In the 1950s, there was a atmosphere of fear for communism and a witch hunt almost basically for communism with McCarthy.
Red
And
Scare.
so that's right, the Red Scare. And The Body Snatchers was a novel about people who would be replicated by aliens, and you wouldn't know who's really a person or who's really an alien. And they're taking over your society. It's in a small town, and it's a very good example of science fiction horror. And it has some interesting things to say about who who we can trust, who we can believe in, what does it mean to be human, and what a community can do when it's faced with a threat.
You know, what's interesting is Daniel Dennett gave an interview uh, very soon before he died. And he talked about his major concern was fake humans, artificial humans. And he was spending a lot of his time trying to solve that problem. I mean, all the AI stuff we see today, over just the last 6 to 12 months with all this fake stuff. Um, he had anticipated that and he was working on that and he thought it was one of the major issues of our time.
I think he's right.
Yeah.
By the way, the film was named The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, just a little bit different title. William Gibson and Bruce Sterling are major authors from the 80s to the present who were at the forefront of something in science fiction called cyberpunk. And you'll see that in manga and other things as well. Basically, the idea of marrying technology to our brains or uh, entering into alternate or VR into virtual realities.
And there's a connection with that and cryptocurrency as well.
Yes. I just finished a book called Cryptonomicon that had to deal with in the 90s some people conceptually thinking about how they could use money and whether they would have to have a gold standard behind it. But much of our currency now doesn't even have a gold standard behind it. It's, I think they call it fiat. Um,
Yeah.
Basically, trust the government and the finance people that this is real.
I put it into AI and I hadn't seen this guy's name in a while. Timothy C. May, 1951 to 2018, American engineer, writer, and political thinker, best known as founding member of the cypherpunks movement. I may have been com combining cyberpunk and cypherpunk, and those are not the same. I would guess that cypherpunk is a subset of cyberpunk or an offshoot or somewhat in parallel. But he wrote a work called the Crypto Anarchist Manifesto, and that just popped up, and I hadn't thought about his stuff in a while.
Hmm. I'm not aware of cypherpunk, but I can see how that is connected in ways.
Yeah, cipher, like, the Enigma and other kind of cryptographic encodings of, secret codes, basically.
It's very interesting how, well, that's what Cryptonomicon was about, basically, was looking at linking World War II into the advancement of cryptanalysis
Hmm.
and how uh, things that we do with computers, the encryption there, and then, of course, with now with cryptocurrency, it all has a link together. It's all a progress from some of the coding that was done in World War II.
Well,
Looking on here, I don't think I'm going to say too much about these authors, but we just have some more UK authors here, and Elgin, I believe, is an American author. Joel Haldeman, well, that one I'll just mention. The Forever War is a famous novel from 1974, whereas Robert A. Heinlein did Starship Troopers. Robert A. Heinlein served in World War II, and it kind of has some of the issues and concepts from World War II within that novel and what it means to be a citizen. Joe Haldeman in the Forever War, he comes out of Vietnam, and so his Vietnam experience very much colors this one, and it's a very different type of military novel from Robert A. Heinlein's Starship Troopers. But I find them as very interesting uh, duo to read together,
hmm.
to just compare a little bit by the experiences of those wars.
Do you think, are you particularly interested in the military side of sci-fi? Are there any books that you would say are particularly relevant for, I mean, the US just stood up a cyber kind of a new, forget what the terminology is it for, but like the Space Force, they just started that within the last 10 years. And so that's an important kind of milestone for considering space as another major domain of military activity and conflict.
Well, those two probably would be pillars of that.
Okay.
It definitely is a field that there's many novels in. I don't I don't focus on that one. I find I like to read the sort of the best novels in certain areas, and that's one area that I'm not seeking to complete my library with as many as possible. I have people who recommend books to me, and so I know that there's another book called Armor. I think the author's name is Stakely that I've had people recommend to me, and I do have it within my library. I haven't read it yet.
What are those areas that you focus on? You mentioned.
One of the things I like to do is try to sample as much science fiction as I can. And so that means across different areas. So when we talk about cyberpunk or time travel or space exploration or first contact with aliens, um, the uh, bioengineering,
Mm.
climate fiction. There's many areas, and I kind of have to explore them to find out if it is an area that I like to read quite a bit of. I find that science fiction or science fiction novels that have some awe and wonder to them that take things to a next level by the way they end. I love those kind of stories.
What's an example of like the ending takes things to another level?
I would go back to the one that I said is one of my favorites, Childhood's End. And Childhood's End actually has a couple different reveals within the book that change your understanding of what has already happened. And it's one of those ones I don't think I can spoil in
Yeah.
that way. But if, a lot of people are familiar with 2001: A Space Odyssey because of the movie itself as well. And we have the discovery of tools and discovery of violence by pre-man civilization, and then it translates into the technology and discovering a message, a connection to something from the moon that's connected beyond our solar system, and we find that perhaps that aliens have been influencing us as a species for a long time. And the movie ends with another revelation of another advancement, perhaps, in our evolution.
Mm. Cool.
Over here, we see a few more authors. I'll just touch on Fred Hoyle. He is Sir Fred Hoyle, an astronomer from the UK who wrote some science fiction. Now, his science fiction I don't think would be considered classics, but they're interesting. And the word masterworks, that's debatable sometimes about the books that are within here. Depends how you would define it. I think that he has written some classic stuff, but it's a little bit on the dry side. And I still find it interesting. And probably his most famous novel is The Black Cloud, imagining uh, a cloud entering our solar system of particles that are actually able to change direction. And we eventually find are somewhat of a neurological network, that there's an intelligence there. Um, that one's from, I think, from the late 1950s. If we scroll up, I see one
Yeah.
here that a lot of people recognize. Flowers for Algernon by Daniel Keyes. It won a number of awards. It's a story of what if there was a way medically of giving a serum to a person who had a low IQ that allowed them to gain, I'm just going to say IQ. This is from the 1960s, so there's some terminology here that can be troublesome, but they gain intelligence and they get beyond what we believe could be possible. But is that sustainable, or what will happen? There was a movie made of this called Charlie as well. And it's a very interesting one because it looks at how do you look at people based on their intelligence? Does that change? How do we treat people that are of different intelligence from us, that are either perceived lower or higher? And what does it mean to just be human?
And there's even certain current kind of conditions people can have where they'll have days where they're kind of back to normal, and then they'll have other days where they lose a lot of functionality or memory or even sort of their personality. And that can be a quite an experience if you have to care for somebody like that.
Yes, we all very much consider our cognitive function to be one of the primary health areas that we are concerned with. Uh, let's go to Ursula K. Le Guin, another big name in science fiction from the United States. Uh, her most famous novels are most likely um, The Left Hand of Darkness and The Dispossessed, as you see over there. I've actually, someone's borrowed my Left Hand of Darkness in this uh, SF Masterworks, but I'll show you another copy of that later. She is a great author. She was a child of, I believe it's two anthropologists. And so she has very interesting science fiction, which looks at worlds that had been separated from other worlds for a long time. How did humanity develop in that world in different ways? And then when they are re-engaged with the rest of humanity, how do we communicate as we're so different now? Very interesting. And she also has some fantasy work called the Earthsea uh, stories. And if if some people like Harry Potter, you're gonna love the first Earthsea, A Wizard of Earthsea, because J.K. Rowling's, if she didn't take things directly from there, definitely had it in the back of her mind. There's a lot of things that you'll recognize from Harry Potter in A Wizard of Earthsea from 1968.
I've never
So,
heard that piece of it before. I love always kind of like connecting the dots with how one book inspires another, and fan fiction and stuff like that.
and there's a lot of science fiction is really building on ideas of other ones, other people, and putting your own spin on things too. And so I like that how you said that in terms of how she was inspired by it, and that's probably a really good way of saying it. People would recognize George R. Martin as the person who has was the writer for that very famous television series. Oh, the fantasy series. Actually haven't watched it, so that's why I don't know. Game of Thrones. So he's the author for the Game of Thrones, but he did write science fiction as well. And so there's some short stories in Dying of the Light. Michael Moorcock, I'll just mention that he is a very famous editor from the UK who is credited with pushing people towards what they called the new wave, looking at taking science fiction another step in terms of literary respectability or concepts and ideas. Very famous American author up there, Larry Niven. He wrote many books. His probably his most famous one is Ring World. The idea that you could have engineering where you could create a circular structure around the sun so that it would be one circular strip around the sun, and that you would have your world on the inside of that um, existing, let's say within Earth orbit or so.
That
So it's a
reminds me of
very
the Halo video game.
yes. And so it's basically huge engineering and the things that happen in those worlds.
And I think artificial gravity is a key challenge.
I think that was rotational can take care of that. Like that's why some of the space stations would rotate as well, is to give you some. artificial feel of it by the centrifugal rotation.
Yep.
Yeah. 1984, many people know that, a very big classic. Christopher Priest is an author I didn't know of before I started to collect science fiction again 3 or 4 years ago. He is an author from the UK. Most people will know the book or the movie The Prestige by Christopher Nolan, um, with two magicians who are sort of competing with each other in magic, but it takes it into a science fiction realm. I'm here to tell you that the book is even better, that the movie took portions of this book, but not the whole book. And Christopher Priest is just an amazing UK author. The person I'd mentioned who was a YouTuber or is a YouTuber who looks at science fiction from the UK. He was a friend of Christopher Priest, and he's the person who introduced me to Christopher Priest. And I've enjoyed every book I've read of his so far. Um, Inverted World probably be one of his other famous books too. Joanna Russ was a uh, American female author who is known to be more strident in the area of feminist issues within science fiction and love to challenge the reader in terms of their preconceptions of gender.
Do you remember what the setup was for this one or what the big
I
idea?
haven't read it yet,
Oh, okay.
so I don't know. I've read some of her short fiction of a character named Alex, who was a character from uh, classical Greek era, a woman from there who was thrust into the future, and how she was able to use her skills from being a classical Greek person to her advantage in a future era.
Yeah, I think some of those are really interesting. Like, I think the artificial womb is a really big element of um, kind of, I don't know how close we are to it in terms of would it be 50 years or 100 years from now where the artificial womb is sort of fully functional, but um, I know there's some novels that get into that, sort of imagining what that kind of um, world might be. I just looked up uh, the female man in AI. It says it's an all female future society where men are extinct. Characters move across parallel gendered worlds. Um, I was actually thinking of, I know there's some story, I just can't remember the name of it, but it's like there's an all male planet, there's an all female planet, and like the story involves how there's, um, one visits the other or vice versa. I think there's even a classic novel actually, or classic story where there's some kind of ritual of that, where they have to have some kind of brief encounter, and so the worlds temporarily come back together.
One of the very famous 1960s versions of gender within a novel is from Ursula K. Le Guin called The Left-Handed Darkness. And on that world, the residents there can change gender depending on some of the conditions around them. And so each month there's a possibility they could change gender from male to female. And so any one of them could become pregnant as well. Uh, it's it's a very fascinating novel. I'll say about Ursula K. Le Guin, she has fascinating worlds. It takes a while to set it up, but then the last half of the novel really sings, really has very fascinating consequences, both sociological and sometimes in action as well.
And there's actually, I think, fish species where they do have that.
Mm.
Um, it's a real life animal, and they can sort of switch depending on the conditions, and um, so that's sometimes where inspiration for these books, I guess, comes from, is just kind of the strange things that we see in the animal kingdom.
I think there's an amphibious species as well, a version of frog perhaps, or newt.
Hmm. Yeah.
I'm just going to skip ahead to Robert Silverberg there. Very famous uh, American author. Wrote lots of fiction in the 1950s, even with pseudonyms. There's a lot of science fiction authors who've used pseudonyms because they were trying to write so many stories for the short story magazines that, you know, perhaps two of their stories were purchased for one magazine, and so they would have to have a different name. They couldn't have the same name for that story. So Silverberg wrote quite a bit and was uh, very productive. And so when we get to the 60s and 70s, his novels and into the 80s, they really show his craftsmanship that he has built through those pulp stories and have become some classics in the genre as well. And we have Clifford D. newspaper man from Minneapolis and I think from Wisconsin area, wrote science fiction in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that it had kind of that Minnesota feel to it, that it was uh, almost folksy and interesting in that way, uh, and that there was consideration and humanity for each other. So it was an interesting kind of uh, writing style or way that he would bring across some of his plots. And Cordwainer Smith was a pseudonym for someone named Paul Linebarger, who wrote the book on psychological warfare in the 1950s and was involved, and it was used in universities and was used by the CIA. And he actually worked with the CIA in training people. They didn't know that he wrote science fiction stories until he passed away. He kept that part secret. And so that's Cordwainer Smith.
I was just looking up his real name,
Yeah.
uh, Paul
Paul
Myron.
Linebarger.
Yeah, Lineberg. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a fascinating story.
Well,
George R. Stewart, Earth Abides. They just actually recently made a show on this, but it was really super relevant over the last 5, 6 years in that the world has a pandemic. And what happens if the vast majority of the world dies? How can we, the few survivors, trust each other or start to rebuild the world? And it for a novel about the end of the world, it's a very positive, uh, heartwarming type of story. Olaf Stapledon is an original from the 1930s and 40s in science fiction. Probably not well known by the general public, but could be considered on the level of um, George Orwell or Aldous Huxley, a major voice in science fiction at that time. Dan Simmons is a 1990s author. He wrote books in the 80s and 70s as well, but these books are from the 1990s called Hyperion. There's a Cantos. There's two more novels within this that he's written, and they're would be called, I would say, modern classics in the science fiction field. He also is very famous for some of his horror novels and even history novels. One that's fairly recent, he's passed away now, but fairly recent was The Terror. Um, that's the story of, uh, oh, I can't remember the captain's name, who takes a ship into the north beyond Hudson's Bay and gets stuck in the ice and what happens there. I see I have Olaf Stapledon in the wrong spot there. Misfiled. Now, one of the beautiful things about science fiction is more and more we're discovering science fiction from the 60s and 70s that are from nations that we didn't translate their works. Um, I'll talk about another author later on, Stanislaw Lem from Poland. But these brothers, Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, are from Russia. And I've been collecting their fiction. I'm really looking forward to reading it, but I haven't yet. So I can't really talk too much to what they've written here, but they are very famous in science fiction fields as authors that are now available to us that we can read.
I was going to say, post World War II, have you looked into like what kind of sci-fi was being written in the Soviet Union and what kind of differences there are between what they were doing or what we were doing?
I haven't, but the one writer I've read a few of his books is Stanislaw Lem from Poland, and he had to be careful about how he wrote about things. He could write things within science fiction books that he couldn't write as an essay
Mm.
or as a paper. That he was able to slip things through with science fiction in simile or metaphor
Well,
or analogy. And so I think a lot of the fiction potentially that came through the Soviet Union era is along that realm. Apparently, there's some great motion pictures as well out of Russia that I haven't seen from that time period.
well, if anybody has any ideas in the comments, please let us know.
Yeah, that would be great. Once again, you see a number of authors here. I'm going to just touch down briefly on James Tiptree Jr. This is another author with a pseudonym who, for a long time, people didn't know who this person was. And it ended up that she was a very famous socialite out of Chicago who's uh, who had a very interesting life where her parents had taken her, I think it was in the 1920s or 30s, on a safari for a few years, and she grew up in Africa. And there's some very famous pictures of her with elephants and some of the tribes in Africa. And she had a very tumultuous life. And she started writing science fiction in her mid 40s and 50s and writing it under this name, James Tiptree Jr. And people were convinced this was a man, that this was not a woman who was writing as a man. And so she eventually got outed because someone tracked down a check that was given to her by her publisher using her real name. And so she hadn't wanted to be revealed. And there's a tragic end to this story too. One we're going to see in my library here, one of the best biographies that I have of a science fiction writer is one about Alice B. Sheldon is her name, James Tiptree Jr. Walter Tevis, American author who this could perhaps be considered a slipstream author, wrote some science fiction, but he also wrote The Queen's Gambit, The Color of Money, some other classic American novels. And The Man Who Fell to Earth was made into a movie with David Bowie in the 70s. And there's a television series about it as well. Uh, some people wouldn't consider him necessarily a science fiction author, although those works very much are science fiction. And I think we'll move on. Kurt Vonnegut is very well known as uh, American author as well. That not always thought, Slaughterhouse-Five, I think, is his most famous work, and uses science fiction in a way that accentuates what he's trying to tell in his story. Sometimes his stories are very satirical. H.G. Wells, uh, a father of science fiction from the late 1800s, early 1900s. So many of the things that we think of in science fiction come from H.G. Wells, like First Contact, Invisible Man, time travel, those sort of things. Jules Verne would be the other one from France, who was a father of science fiction. And then you might think of the mother of science fiction being Mary Shelley and Frankenstein. Roger Zelazny, a very good American author as well, uh, known for Chronicles of Amber, and which is more of a fantasy series, but was an awesome writer. Was a good friend of George R. R. Martin as well. They both lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico. We've talked a little bit about Arthur C. Clarke, some of his older work there. Henry Kuttner and C.L. Moore were husband and wife, and Henry Kuttner unfortunately passed away quite early. I don't know too much about Murray Leinster, and I haven't read that book yet. It's a collection of his stories. We had talked about Leigh Brackett earlier. One of the things that's interesting about her is she wrote the first script for The Empire Strikes Back in the Star Wars universe, and she passed away after that. And but many of the things that are in The Empire Strikes Back were some of her ideas, and of course, it was rewritten a number of times as a script. William Gibson is, as I said, one of the pillars of cyberpunk. And Neuromancer was a huge novel in 1984 that won awards, the Hugo and Nebula Awards for science fiction, and really took us to a level of virtual reality and having uh, our minds connected computer wise, and looking at what does it mean to be perhaps transhuman as well, part machine, part man. Uh, it's it's a monster of a novel in that field. Not always easily accessible, more easy to understand now than it was at the time it was released because we use a lot of the terminology that's in there now for our own computer experiences. I haven't read Joy Fowler, so I can't say anything there about her. Or that's the name of the novel. Sorry, no, the novel's name is Sarah Canary. Excuse me. Yeah, that was the author, Fowler. We see another Philip K. Dick novel there. John Brunner wrote many novels, was quite prolific, a UK author. This would be probably his most famous one, Stand on Zanzibar, about overpopulation of the world. Uh, let's see here. J.G. Ballard, very famous author who I'm talking a lot about Slipstream. He wrote a lot of books that a lot of people would not consider science fiction. He also wrote a semi autobiographical story about his childhood called Empire of the Sun. Steven Spielberg made that into a movie about his experiences at the beginning of World War One in Asia. He was in prison camp.
Well,
Let's see here. I had those in order of the numbering, and you can see they did some reprints without numbers there right at the end. Richard Matheson is a very famous short story and novel writer, more in the horror and science fiction area. Probably most famous as being one of the key writers of Rod Serling's The Twilight Zone from 1959 to 1964. And those are a couple examples. We talked all about those yellow examples there from Golanx.
and so that wraps up the this great collection. And so we'll now go to the very beginning of your collection. And this is the full view of your great collection of these SF Masterworks. And right above, we have this other collection that we'll be getting into now. So let me head over to those photos. And would you like to just give a little overview of this set here?
Sure. This is a set, and some people wouldn't know this necessarily from just looking at the spines. Ace Books is a publisher from the United States, and in the 1960s, they took the idea of after-school specials on TV. There were, something that people were familiar with. They thought, why don't we call these science fiction specials? And so they call these the Ace Science Fiction Specials. And this is series one. And they got an editor, a really well known editor, Terry Carr, to solicit uh, submissions from well known authors, but also from some new authors and mix those together. And they published these from 1967 to 1971. Uh, and if I remember right, there's close to 40 of these books. And I do have all of them. It might be a little bit less. Some of them are repeats that they would take some of the books from earlier and do a second edition or second publication of it. So you would see here many classic science fiction authors from the States primarily, but there were a few that were from the UK as well. And there were some big novels that were first time published in these series here. So we can scroll through there, but we've talked about Simic, and there's uh, R.A. Lafferty is a very interesting author that not a lot of people know about, had a very unique style of writing. You see D.G. Compton there. Bob Shaw was a great writer from the UK. And there's that Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula K. Le Guin. Um, maybe we should stop here at this part here. All the books in the A Science Fiction Special Series 1, like the 37 to 40 of them, had the same artist team working on them. And so they became very distinctive because of that artwork. They were they were Leo and Diane Dillon, a couple who worked on their artwork. And so I have a couple here that I'll show you. And these, they have very distinctive and colorful styles. And the one that was the Left Hand of Darkness, this is actually the very first time it ever was printed. It wasn't printed as a hardcover first, it was actually printed as a paperback first. So this is the first edition and first printing of The Left Hand of Darkness. So
I think
it's
that
sort of
says
one of the
95 cents
treasures
up
of
top.
my collection.
95 cents up top.
Yeah. Yeah. This is from 1969, I believe.
Hmm.
Yep, 1969.
And when you were saying after school special, maybe you could just define that because I think most people know what it means, but it's a little bit of
Well,
specialist term.
in television, you had some specials that would be on television for young people when they got home from school that would probably teach them some moral lessons. And sometimes there's also special mini series that they created in television at those times as well. And so it's trying to take the idea of something a little special, not a regular series, but something special, and using that word to create excitement around these books that Terry Carr was putting together for Ace Books. And so you'll see a lot of very famous authors' names in here. Some of them got their very first opportunity with the Ace Science Fiction specials.
And so the
Now,
ones in plastic are collectible or just worth
they
more?
they are worth a little bit more, yes. Sometimes they're just really interesting to me, and I just wanted to preserve what they were like as well. So if you stop there for a second, I believe the last one there is the Eclipse of Dawn. There was another, Terry Carr left the company, but he had already purchased books for the A Science Fiction Special. They didn't want to put A Science Fiction Specials on the top of the ones that were published after he left the company. So there's about 8 books that came out with um, most of them with Leo and Diane Dillon cover still, but didn't have A Science Fiction Special on top. And I decided to collect those as well. So Barefoot in the Head by Brian W. Aldiss is one of them, as well as The Missionaries by D.G. Compton. Now, I'd like to say why these are first on my shelf. When I started this channel, uh, I was reading books from all over,
Was that a year
and
ago, 2 years,
almost 3 years ago now.
3 years?
And one of the first ones I read happened to be in the A Science Fiction Special Series 1. I didn't even realize that it was a series of books until one of my viewers, actually a person who has a channel as well, talked about talked about the brilliant artwork that Leo and Diane Dillon did for the series and talked about the series. And I just got very curious about it and was looking it up online. And I think when you start a channel, sometimes you take on projects that you may not take on later. I decided I was going to collect all of them and read all of them. And so they're up there because I did read all those books and I did collect all of them. And it just has some special meaning to me because of that.
Do you want to give him a little shout out, your friend you mentioned?
Kenny, his channel is Kenny RH. One of the interesting things that Kenny has done is he's collected all those DAW yellow spine books. There's something like 580 of them. So that's a major collecting feat that he's done.
So that's these.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We'll talk a little bit about those when we get to them. So I'm not going to talk about every author in here, but this one here, I'm just going to talk about, I have a couple books that are from the uh, second series. There's one there you can see with a number 4 and it called the Invincible. I'm going to actually have it here. I can show it as well.
Yeah.
They had 11 books in the 1970s that had a number on there, a science fiction special 4. And this is by the Polish author Stanislaw Lem, and it's a great cover. And this is a great book. So I did at one point have all of those, but I read some of them and I had a lot of them move on or had different editions. But I also collected a science fiction special series 3 from the 1980s. And this is a major book from it. We were talking about it briefly, Neuromancer by William Gibson. This, once again, is the very first edition and first print before there was even a hardcover of this. And this is Terry Carr again, came back to the company and helped push William Gibson to write a novel after he's written a lot of short stories and has just become a classic in the field. So this is sort of another prized paperback that I have in my collection.
Nice. I'm curious, like, how long did it take you to build these collections?
For I did a, you know what, I, as a retired person, you do have some money available to you, but I was trying to get all of these and they're all old prints. It's not like I could find anything new. So used bookstores is one of the places that I went to. Anywhere that I traveled, I was looking for these kind of books. And I'll get to your answer there. I also looked at bunches of them, lots of them potentially that were available on eBay.
I was going to
And
say,
then
is this mostly eBay, A-Books, Amazon?
no Amazon, A-Books, eBay, thrift. There's a thrift one as well, thrift.com, I
Thrift
think,
books, I think, yeah.
thrift books. I would say half through used bookstores that I actually entered and found them,
Wow.
and then about half through purchasing through those means. And it probably took me about a year to a year and a half to get the first series. I did not think I would ever have Neuromancer in my collection. Uh, that one, I happened to find a bookstore had got boxes of books from someone who had passed away and who his relatives had passed it on to the bookstore. And I asked if I could just look through the books in those boxes when I was there. And this one was there. And I just asked immediately, I said, I would love to purchase this book. And they said, well, we have to do a little research. And I said, that's a good plan. But they gave me a really, really good price. And so it was one of the more expensive books I've purchased, but it not as expensive as it's being sold online, that's for sure. And I don't read that copy. That's why I have that other copy of Neuromancer. Both the Left Hand of Darkness and Neuromancer are copies that I just keep in a bag and I don't want to crack the spine on them. That's
Ooh.
the collector in me. This is one of the authors who, for me, were one of the most important authors in science fiction. He actually had pseudonyms there. You can see John Bainan, but his name is John Wyndham. And in grade 9, that green copy there of The Day of the Triffids was a copy I read in grade 9. It was assigned to me in English, and I just fell in love with it. I couldn't believe that in English we were reading a science fiction book, and I found John Wyndham's keep calm and carry on kind of attitude towards these catastrophes that were happening to be fascinating. And so I started to collect his books. And if we go to the next slide, these penguin ones that are orange, they had 10 of them. And I recollected those as now that I'm retired. But those, I collected those as a young man in my teens into early 20s and read all of them and enjoyed them quite a bit. So this would be the first author that I really tried to collect all of his work and to sort of enjoy and study that work. And you can see there I actually have a first paperback edition of that they called the Revolt of the Triffids from Popular Library back in 1951, I believe. So a funny story about John Wyndham as well is that I had never heard a British person talking about him. He's a British author. Came through World War II, really affects a lot of his stories from World War II on. And so I started off on the channel talking about how this is important to me. And his name is John Wyndham, but that's not how it's pronounced in Britain. It's Wyndham. And so I got a lot of comments. And to this day, I'm kind of a little embarrassed by it, but it's a funny story.
I have a similar story. I was mispronouncing the E toddy from Harvard University Press's I toddy because it's a capital I space and then TATTI, and um, it's Italian, and so I'm going to be re-recording that review video, but it
I,
happens. It's one of the occupational hazards of being a YouTuber.
yeah, I didn't change the early ones that I did regarding John Wyndham. But I still to this day sometimes get comments about people saying, "How can you not know how to pronounce this?" Because that's the first video that they've seen me talk about him.
Mm.
And these were reprints by Modern Library of these books. And some of his earlier books that were written in the 1930s, before World War II, they are published here, including one that has been out of publication for over 50 years, Foul Play Suspected. And so there's some interesting books there within there. Plan for Chaos was published in 2010 for the first time ever. It was a book that was rejected by a publisher, and he went on to write The Day of the Triffids instead, next, which became his biggest book. Plan for Chaos is horrible. But because he's so famous, they published it.
Well,
Think Nazis and Flying Saucers. And then we come upon a collection I have of books that were titled either the best of, and these ones were from Pocket Science Fiction Books. And that would be the best of a certain author. That would be their short stories. Or in the next shelf, the best ofs are continued. There we go.
this is a kangaroo.
Yeah. Pocket books because the pocket of the kangaroo. And then on the next shelf, by the way, there's one book out of place there, The Martian Chronicles. That's an old publication of it, paperback, and I just had thrown it in there. But you'll see that sometimes in my shelves. But the best of continues in different publications. Sphere is one from the UK, and there's another pocket science fiction one up there. You can see a DAW one as well. DAW stands for Donald A. Wollheim. He was a publisher who was working with Ace Books, and then he was given the ability to start his own line of books. outside of DAW. He had left DAW. And so, or sorry, he left ACE. And so he named them after his initials, Donald A. Wollheim. I didn't know that until just a couple of years ago when that fellow YouTuber Kenny was talking about it, and I found that fascinating. For all my life, I just thought it was some sort of a publication name. And then, starting with the best of Henry Kuttner there, even though it says you see the B and B, that's for Ballantine Books. Del Rey, right after that, is an imprint of them as well, and it's a series of books that they called the Classic Library of Science Fiction, where they took authors from the 30s, 40s, and 50s and 60s, just into the 70s. These books were printed in the 70s and created collections of their short story works and called them the best of. And so I've collected those books. They did them in hardcover as well, but I have them all in softcover. Del Rey was an imprint that started just after they had started this series, and Del Rey, as an imprint of Ballantyne's books, reflects another editor's name, Judy Del Rey, who is married to a science fiction writer named Lester Del Rey. I don't know if your viewers are interested in all that, but I find it fascinating.
Definitely some of them will be.
Yeah.
That kind of
So,
publisher stuff is really important, I think.
mhm. So here you see just very famous authors. Some of them we've talked about already. John W. Campbell, besides being an author, was very famous editor of Astounding magazine. And if you've ever watched the movie, there's a couple of versions of it called The Thing. Um, that is from one of his stories that is Who Goes There? And it reads, it's from the 1930s, I believe, and it reads like it's been published today. It still has that ability to shock and shock you in it and be a good piece of horror science fiction. We talked about Invasion of the Body Snatchers. This one as well is like, is it alien or human amongst us? And is it hunting us? And we've talked about some of those other names there. I have a couple of YouTubers that we read these together and do some live broadcasts about these books. So I've read just over half of these. Their names are Ira of SF Words of Wonder and also Matt of Science Fiction Reads. So if you go to my channel, you'll find a playlist for these best of books that we have read together. I don't think I'm going to comment on any of these, but they're all very, very well known in the science fiction area, old writers. And yes, that is her husband, Lester Del Rey, for Judy Del Rey, who is the editor. And then we get into, I've just put together some of my DAW books. I have them sprinkled out through some of the authors that I have as well. But I just sort of, the random ones I had together, I just put them together on the shelf because they look good together on the shelf. And I did it alphabetically. So there's some of Asimov's best stories, great stories, and a lot of B's in this one. There's Bailey and Brunner, and uh, then I have Coney, Conway. Somebody might find it interesting that Conway is, I think he uses his name as Gerald F. Conway. He's Jerry Conway, who wrote a lot of Spider-Man comics in the 70s, including the Death of Gwen Stacy comics.
Yeah.
And Van Vogt, I would just say, very classic Golden Age author. I just want to mention that he's from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. That he grew up in this area and then he had moved eventually to Toronto and then to LA after that. But he is a homegrown product of my province.
Could you just kind of give a rough sense of what years or what decades the Golden Age is?
Sure. A lot of people consider the Golden Age starting in 1939 with Astounding magazine publishing a story by Van Vogt and also stories by Asimov. The editor, who was John W. Campbell Jr., had a stable of writers who he asked to treat science fiction more seriously and to respect the science of it. And throughout the 40s, he really shaped, and into the 50s, really shaped the magazine field, and Astounding was considered the top magazine in the science fiction field. In the 1950s, other magazines started to challenge that, and uh, he was still a strong editor in the field, but it started to spread out because he had certain areas that he was sort of shoehorning his writers into. Heinlein, I think I didn't mention, but he was a famous one of his. And so they started to look to expand beyond Astounding magazine, um, and even into magazines of fantasy and science fiction. So a lot of people consider the golden age to be from 1939 to about 1950, because that's when Astounding magazine was dominant and John W. Campbell was the man you had to write for. Once it started to expand in other ways, and we also had the publishing industry start to publish novels, that moved on from the golden age.
So maybe actually I should zoom out first so we can
Sure.
just um, get our bearings. So I think that was actually the stack you were mentioning.
That's right. Those are ones I've read or have additional copies of that I'm going to eventually move on.
So we just covered these books on the first two shelves, and prior to that, these three shelves of the Masterworks.
Yeah.
And so now we're jumping down here.
And those
So
shelves on the bottom, you can't see here, but they have two rows of books. And behind them on a riser is a second set of books.
okay, so I'll just scroll over there.
So this is the riser in the back on the first shelf.
Hmm.
I had, I'm not sure if there's a picture right before this that has more Jack McDevitt. No? Okay. Anyways,
Oh yeah,
yeah, there
sorry,
it
the
is.
front and back. The back
Yep.
is alphabetically before the front, so
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see how that's right. So in here, Jack McDevitt is an author, prolific author who, I don't know if a lot of people actually know him. I had collected a lot of his books, and he had sort of a series of books that were in the same livery, the same graphic design. And so before I started the rest of the collection here, I just gathered his books together. There's no really rhyme or reason why they're here in this place instead of where the M's are for McDevitt, but I just started off here. And this is an author that I plan to sort of do a deep dive into, and I'd read a lot of his books when they first came out. And by the way, there's your Ace science fiction, and to the right there was one with a 50th anniversary in 2003 of Ace Books.
and another pocketbook, or that's a different, but that's
Yep,
also
that's a
a
different company.
same
So there's a
kangaroo.
variety of companies here. Um, but he had a military history, and he has a lot of space opera style books. And I found him really a lot of fun to read in the 90s. And so I've gathered his books again. I haven't gone into reading the ones I've read before. And he is one of those authors who try to publish a book every year kind of thing.
Hmm.
So
What's this space opera?
um, a space opera would be books that are set sort of in a universe where you're able to hop from planet to planet and have adventures or mysteries or some sort of plot item.
Hmm. And do you know anything about his military background? What service or anything?
I'm going off the top of my head. I think he was
Okay.
Navy background. Excuse me. By the way, I have one of my viewers worked. He's retired now, but from the Navy but he worked in nuclear sub, and he talks about sometimes how being on a nuclear sub and being out on 6 months, being incommunicado basically, and having just some, a couple inches of metal between you and the crushing pressure of the ocean is very much like being in space and what it might be to live in space for a couple of months at a time as well. And I hadn't thought about that until you brought that up.
There's a big channel named Smarter Every Day, and I think he was one of the first, if not the first YouTuber to go on a sort of tour a nuclear submarine. It's millions of views. And there was some anecdote about how the submarines get the best food of anybody in the military because of morale. It's really important.
I can see that. I mean, they have, he said to me as well that they have uh, very stringent psychological testing because you're in close quarters for a long time with people. And so you have to be able to handle that.
I didn't even know that was something you could really test for. Like, is it a paper test or maybe it's something else? But
I don't know. I would imagine
interested to
it's maybe
know.
a bit of both, right? A bit of
Yeah,
an interview and a bit of a paper test. So here in these shelves that you're showing that I have with the riser in the back, I've placed what I call A size paperbacks or mass market size paperbacks, primarily from the 50s, 60s, and 70s of science fiction that I've just gathered almost all of it from used bookstores. And some of these I've read, some of these I haven't, but I just gathered a bunch of them of authors I'd be interested in reading or gathering works of authors that I know I already like. And so you'll see here by alphabetical order, last name. There's one by Aldiss there. I haven't read Piers Anthony's books, but those ones were recommended to me by somebody. And we'll just keep, we keep going through there. Sorry for the flash on there, but J.G. Ballard and Stephen Baxter, Alfred Bester, who I've already talked about, some of his other work and short story collections. James Blish, we talked about. Michael Bishop, I haven't read him yet. He's a UK author, but he is well considered by some of my friends. And I think I'll just highlight the authors as we go through
yeah.
uh, so that we're not trying to spend too much time on each shelf here. So I guess we'll have to skip. There we go. You'll have to skip one photo to get to the front of them.
Yeah. I think I got the hang of it now.
Okay. So there's a lot of James Blish there. And Leigh Brackett, who I talked about, who had written the first draft of The Empire Strikes Back, but was a very famous science fiction author in the 50s and 60s. Ray Bradbury, we haven't talked about. He is he has surpassed, excuse me, he's transcended science fiction field into being considered one of the most famous short story writers, American short story writers um, of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Excuse me. I consider him a great, great author, and I love his short fiction and a couple of his books that he's written, primarily short fiction. Eric Brown is somebody that was recommended to me by some of my UK friends, and I haven't read him yet, but I collected a couple of books I saw in a used bookstore. John Brunner, prolific author, um, not a top tier author. Stand on Zanzibar is considered perhaps his top tier, but kind of the next level below in terms of writing.
When you go to a
And you'll
used
see
bookstore, do you generally just go author by author? And like, how do you know that's what, like, when you're in person looking at fiction, how do you know what to even look at? Just going by titles?
I usually go by authors
Okay.
primarily. And because I watch other YouTubers who talk about science fiction, I start to learn about authors I've never heard of. And so then when I'm in a used bookstore and I see uh, some books by John Brunner and I've heard someone talk about him, then I decided to pick up some. Those some of them also, I like picking up books that have the same livery or graphic design. And so some of those books there by Del Rey have the very same artist drawing the covers for those books as well. And so that can attract me as well to purchasing some books. So art, never buy a or never judge a book by its cover. Well, sometimes I just like the cover. So in this area here, Orson Scott Card, I do have uh, Ender's Game, which is the first book, and then there's Speaker for the Dead. Major author from the 1980s in science fiction. People probably are familiar with Ender's Game. And there's 2001: A Space Odyssey. The second book on top of it is Arthur C. Clarke, The Lost Worlds of 2001. That's from his diaries of working together with Stanley Kubrick to break the story and to create the script for it. And as they were filming, they continued to change the script. So Arthur C. Clarke has a diary that he goes through here talking about working with Kubrick, but he also has the alternate script items. So there's an alternate ending, or there's an alternate middle piece, or a different route that they were going. He's got long chunks of prose in here of those. So it's kind of like having deleted scenes of the story. I loved it. It was fascinating. If you like 2001: A Space Odyssey, that's a great follow-up book. Highly recommended. Of D.G. Compton, we saw this is probably my favorite book of his, Farewell Earth's Bliss. If you're wanting to explore someone who might be obscure to us here in North America, but is a good British writer. Um, in the British writers, there was Compton and Cooper, and there's another one that will come up on the next shelf that is, it looks like Cowper, but it's Cooper as well, I understand. I guess we have Coney and Corley before, but there you can see Richard. I think it's pronounced Cooper for that one as well. The three C's in British science fiction. Actually, Coney was British as well. So I've collected some of those. Obviously, listening to British science fiction YouTubers has influenced some of my purchasing. Dish is a one of a kind American author um, of science fiction. I find his work fascinating. Has a biting edge to it, and I think he needs to. People need to rediscover Dish, Thomas M. Dish. Harlan Ellison. Some of those books are in bags because they're a little bit more rare. That Deathbird story has. I talked about Leo and Diane Dillon. It has artwork from Leo and Diane Dillon on it, and Harlan Ellison had cutting, um, pushing the envelope type stories. He liked to really even shock people with the things that he was saying. Alas, Babylon was taught in schools at one point. It's a novel of by Pat Frank. It's a novel of the a nuclear war and a small community trying to survive in Florida. All right. I talked about Joe Haldeman with The Forever War, so there's a number of his other novels. I do enjoy his writing. And then Edmund Hamilton. Hamilton is an American writer from the 50s and 60s, it's a little bit more towards the pulp side of things. Charles L. Harness, another writer from the 50s. He wrote books that sometimes almost felt like they were a bit cyberpunk in terms of the way they did things. And he's a bit ahead of his time in some of the concepts that he has in his stories. M. John Harrison, I haven't read his books yet, but they've been highly recommended once again from some of my UK friends. And then we see the beginning of Heinlein, and we'll see a number of those.
Are there any recurring patterns or themes that you notice in uh, American versus British
Hmm.
sci-fi?
Maybe I'll get back to you on that. Uh, Need to think a little bit about it. Anyways, Robert A. Heinlein, these are books that all had a same cover by a guy named Gene Safras. Very distinctive as well. I don't know. Would you like me to get one of those?
Yeah, that'd be great. Or maybe two of them so we could
Sure.
see side by side.
So the artist name was Gene Safran. And so this, once again, this is one of those ones where they're reprinting Robert A. Heinlein's books. And I always am a person who really enjoys books that have the same uh, livery or
Yeah.
graphic design to them. And of course, Heinlein is just a very famous author. I've read quite a bit of his work. I find I enjoy his work from the 50s and 60s more than I do some of his later work. And so you'll see all these are pretty old books. Zena Henderson was an author from Tucson, Arizona. She was a kindergarten teacher. Her stuff is uh, interesting, but it's I don't know, gentle in its approach. James P. Hogan, uh, author from the UK again. Let's see here. I had talked about The Black Cloud by Fred Hoyle, who is Sir Fred Hoyle, the astronomer. So I have a couple of his books. He also wrote books with his son, Jeffrey Hoyle. They wrote together. Robert E. Howard, that's the only one I have of his. That's Conan the Barbarian. That's the author who came up with that character and others, uh, widely regarded as just an amazing writer. Uh, I'm not usually reading too much fantasy, but my friends have persuaded me to buy one of his books to give it a try. They're primarily short stories. So, one of my friends who is a viewer of this channel, Barry Hewart, has written a trilogy. There's one on the previous shelf, fantasy, um, but it's supposed to be sort of a unique fantasy. And so he gave those books to me. I haven't read them yet, but I intend to because it was a gift, of course. And so he believes that I would enjoy these. I do read some fantasy. It's just not the first area I go to. In other words, you're not going to see The Lord of the Rings on my shelf, which some people would be surprised about. Monica Hughes, those are actually juvenile books, but she was a Canadian author, so I just grabbed some of those to take a look at. I'm always interested in Canadian authors, and we'll talk about a couple of them in my shelves as we get further on. A lot of people would be familiar with C.S. Lewis. He wrote three novels that were science fiction novels, the Cosmic Trilogy, Paralandra. Uh, can't remember the names of them, but they are uh, books of travel to other planets here in the solar system. And in those planets, there's moral situations that are examined, as you might expect from something from C.S. Lewis. And probably people don't know that Jack London wrote some science fiction, and most people think of Call of the Wild for Jack London or White Fang, but he wrote some um, sort of political dystopia and also some science fiction books. Barry Malzberg is somebody that uh, sometimes people would say he's the grumpy man of science fiction. He he would challenge the psychological uh, the ability psychologically to travel in space and travel long distances in spaceships, and always question what happens to people, how they can actually survive a science fiction element, and was pretty nasty about and pessimistic about how that could work.
Yeah, that's something I was asking you about at the beginning is, novels on that aspect of space travel.
He really was a harsh critic of the Apollo program and thinking about those astronauts in the 60s and 70s.
Hmm. Yeah, when we were talking about that earlier, I was thinking about the astronauts who were stranded in the International Space Station for, I think, an extra 6 months.
That had a lot of effects on them physically,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
don't know how far they've recovered from that, but yeah, that was a bit of a scary situation. I was wondering if they're going to be able to figure out how to get them home.
And it was really kind of an embarrassment for, I believe it was Boeing was supposed to, they had the rocket that was going to go get them, and then SpaceX kind of swooped in um, and was able to pick them up.
Few Richard Matheson novels. What Dreams May Come was made into a movie. A Stir of Echoes was as well. Um, Probably more. This is a type of a fantasy that sometimes I do read. Uh, wouldn't consider them necessarily science fiction, but can go towards the horror realm as well. And Lucifer's Hammer, Larry Niven, we talked briefly about him. He wrote a number of books together with Jerry Purnell, another science fiction authors. I actually prefer them writing together than their individual work. And I would say them writing together were almost more like blockbuster novels, really page turners, easy to read. Yeah. Now I was able to pick up, I don't know if you know about book club editions.
Yep. But
So
we
when
could
a,
explain it briefly.
sure, when a book is published, typically published in hardcover, they will publish within the same year often the exact looking book in hardcover, except it says book club edition on the inside. And it's something that was part of a mailing system to mail books out to people who were subscribers to this book club. So it's not a true first edition, but it's not a true first printing, but it's basically an exact copy of the first edition. And so it just happened that one of the books we just went by, A Mote in God's Eyes, I picked up a book club edition of it from the year that it was first printed. And so that one will eventually move on to the shelf that goes on to somebody else. If I can pick up either a first edition or a book club edition like that of the year that a book is published and it's in good shape, I'll try and do that. So, Andre Norton, very prolific female author, and Lewis Paget was a combination of a male and female author from the 50s. Trying to remember who they were. I'll have to leave that. Somebody in the And the comments can go who Lewis Paget was, the female and male author there. Alexei Panshin, we saw a book of his in the A Science Fiction Specials, Series 1, Rite of Passage. I was very impressed with it. It won I think it was the Nebula Award for 1967 or 68. And so he wrote a number of books that had some short stories in them, or we haven't talked about this yet, sometimes can be considered fix-up novels. When you take a bunch of short stories that are sort of along the same theme and weave them together like they're a novel, that's called a fix-up novel. Frederick Poul, Poul and Kornbluth, very famous pair together again. One of Christopher Priest's book, but it's in this smaller size. Adam Roberts, a great UK author from this millennium, basically writes almost a science fiction book a year, starting around the year 2000. Keith Roberts is an older science fiction author from the UK. Probably Keith Roberts' most famous book is Pavan. Then an American author, Kim Stanley Robinson. Many people know his Mars series. That's red, blue, and green Mars. Bob Shaw is one of my favorite finds since I retired. This is a UK author who writes books in a very accessible, fun manner, brimming with ideas, and sometimes the outcomes are unexpected. So I've enjoyed a lot of his work.
Would you recommend one to start with?
One that was from the A Science Fiction Specials that I had actually in a bag there is right here. I'll just take it out of the bag because I think that this is one of those Leigh and Diane Dillon covers
Yeah.
that were so amazing. The Palace of
No.
Eternity. Now, there's a big problem with Bob Shaw. He is pretty much out of print. And so you can find used books of his, but I haven't found people publishing them nowadays, which,
You want to show the spine back?
oh yeah, sure. Now, what I'm amazed and why I do have this one bagged, I don't think it's really worth a lot, but it's just in such amazing condition, like almost brand new looking for a book that came out in 1969. Orbitsville might be his most famous novel, but I think Palace of Eternity is much better. So then we have some Silverberg and Simak. Here's one of the first Canadian authors that we'll talk about besides, I guess, A.E. Van Vogt, is Robert J. Sawyer. And so I have a number of his novels here. And I used to read his novels as they were coming out in the 90s. And so I've just gotten back into collecting them again and reading them again. And she has a new novel coming out, and I plan to see him when he comes to visit Winnipeg with the release of the novel.
We've seen a number of these Tor imprints. Do you have any thoughts on them?
I don't. I'm not familiar with any history for the Tor books, excuse me. That was the Joanna Russ I talked about reading, The Adventures of Alex. James H. Smith wrote sort of almost adventure stories with characters that you would follow. And so these are some collections of those stories. He wrote primarily in the late 50s, early 60s. There is so much to discover in the 1950s and 60s in science fiction. It was really quite a remarkable time because paperback books really were coming into their fore after World War II. And with that sort of came an explosion of looking for authors and looking for things to publish from previous stories that came from the pulp magazines. And so there's lots to discover in there, and it's seems like never-ending uh, opportunities to find authors that are a little bit obscure now, but have some good things.
So the stuff in the pulp magazine, or sorry, the stuff in the magazine was shorter form and it could be expanded to a full-length paperback.
And they would even publish what they would call a small novel, either by doing it over multiple issues of the magazine as a serial, or even having so half to two-thirds of a magazine being one piece of work.
Hmm.
So you could actually publish, let's, some of these shorter books here are like maybe 150 pages. That could be serialized over two magazines, or if it's a 120 page book, that could be even in one magazine. You got to remember that writing for magazines wasn't big money. So people wrote a lot. And if they could find a way to create a story that could be also published as a book, that was a way of sort of double dipping in terms of getting some finances for it. People weren't getting rich as science fiction authors until the big three. And that's primarily why they're called the big three as well. Asimov, Heinlein, and Clarke, they started getting contracts ahead of time for writing books because of their fame. And that started to open up the market and give some better contracts to science fiction writers. For Dan Simmons, those are the last two books that were in that series called the uh, Hyperion Cantos. Some of these authors I'm just not going to try to say too much about. As you can tell, I could spend a long time talking about each of these. Brian Stableford, this is a series that he wrote on adventures of a spaceship and its captain. You can think of it kind of like a Star Trek type adventure. I had mentioned Armor by John Stakely as being a military science fiction novel that I was recommended to read along the lines of Starship Trooper. And yep, that's the more modern version of DAW. And
What about the War Games one?
that one is, I don't know, but I think that it is pretty much a military book as well. We'd
Tiptree.
mentioned James Tiptree Jr. Breakaway there, that is a novelization of an episode of Space 1999, which was a UK production science fiction series that came out between Star Trek and Star Wars. And I saw it and I was kind of captivated by it. The plot idea is that we store nuclear waste on the moon. There's a moon base out there, and an accident causes the nuclear waste to explode, blasting the moon out of the orbit and the space station with it, and adventures ensue. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but as a kid, I found it kind of fun. Wilson Tucker is a great American author as well, who was very well known along the convention circuit. Um, and people didn't necessarily know he was an author because he was so ingrained in the fandom as well in these conventions.
Do you go to any conventions?
I have gone to very few, but I plan to be going to one this summer where I plan to meet a number of my YouTube friends from the United States. It's called
Nice.
Pulp Fest and it's in Pittsburgh. So you'll see lots of Eve and Vote here. I have a lot of reading still to do in A.E. Van Vogt, but because he's from my province, I do plan to kind of do a deep dive into what he does. And then a little bit of Vonnegut, Slaughterhouse-Five, of course, very famous.
I
Stanley
guess
Weinbaum,
another
early, pardon me?
another question would be: is there any difference between American and Canadian um, approaches to sci-fi? Kind of like North American versus British, or all three of them. Like, are there any
Yeah.
interesting distinguishing features you've noticed?
I would have to say that for the areas that I was looking at, I don't think this holds true for the 2000s and beyond, but for the areas I was looking at earlier, I think that I found the British or UK versions of science fiction to be sort of a little bit more human and character based, at least some of the ones that I read, whereas the American ones were more idea, concept, and um, looking at a paradigm shift perhaps within the novels. These are big generalizations, though. I think that they kind of cross fed each other, authors reading each other across the ocean. Um, Canadian authors, I do admire the Canadian authors who use Canadian settings. And I think that that just in itself gives a bit of a different flavor to the science fiction itself. We don't have as much of a military background as Britain and United States do. We definitely have big stories from World War II and World War One, but we don't have really a civil war. We actually had a little bit of a war with the United States at one point, and
What was
uh,
that?
the 1812, I think it was, um,
Mm.
and we burned the White House, I believe. Was that right? I have to
A
look
little
that
rusty on that piece of it.
up. uh, that was short-lived. And we have an interesting difference from the United States in that we call ourselves multicultural here. And at one point, the United States used the term melting pot in terms of how you looked at culture. So this is very much a simplification. I don't think it's the way it is right now, but you had to become American, whereas in Canada, you could continue to be um, Irish or Polish or Congolese, or we would celebrate those cultures and have multicultural celebrations of these smaller different communities within our cities, and I think that that's something that both the United States and Canada are kind of moving more closer together in some of those areas, but that at one point was something that was held as different. Looking back at the books here, James White is very interesting because his fiction is medical science fiction, looking at the potential of treating aliens, trying to figure out how they medically work and how we can help them in emergencies. He has a group of stories, short stories, that are called Sector General, which is the hospital in space that deal with different alien species. Colin Wilson wrote something called Colin Wilson wrote a lot of books, not all science fiction, but he wrote an interesting series about spiders that had taken over the world, giant spiders. And so I haven't collected them all, but I have a couple of those books. Another Canadian author, Robert Charles Wilson. Lately, I've been really, really enjoying his books. I've just discovered him and read, I think, maybe four of his books now, but I've been trying to get all of his books. Uh, I find his work very entertaining. He has a book that won I think both the Hugo and Nebula Award from 2004 called Spin, where all of a sudden all the stars of the sky disappear. And that's the start of the novel. And you have to figure out why the Earth is surrounded by a membrane of sorts that our sun can appear through it, or we think it can, so that, we still have the ability to have our climate, but we start to discover weird things about this membrane, that things are happening outside of it that are different than what happens inside of it. And that's the hook for that one. Some Rogers Lasney there again. And sitting on the edge of forever is an episode of Star Trek that's a Star Trek photo novel. In the late 70s, they would take photos from the TV shows and put captions on them like they were cartoons or a comic book and make a novel out of it. If you want, I can grab that to show that.
Yeah, I'd love that.
So here we go. You can see that even on the cover there, they have captions, and we go inside, and it's basically a comic book. So in the 70s, they created 12 of these for different episodes, 1977 to 78. In 1980, they took Star Trek the Motion Picture, made a photo novel out of it, and in 1982, the Wrath of Khan motion picture. But VHS, perhaps even Betamax, killed it.
Hmm.
They because you could start to collect these things and see these movies over and over again. Um, it seemed like the market wasn't quite there for this. So it's a unique little collectible in the science fiction realm for Star Trek. We talked about Donald A. Wollheim for DAW. This, he started DAW in 1972, and for each year, he decided he was going to put out an annual of the best science fiction short stories. So it's an anthology. An anthology is a collection of stories by different authors. A collection is stories all by one author. So these are different authors. And they were published from 1972 all the way to 1990. And there's 1 year in there that they didn't publish a hardcover edition. They did publish uh, paperback editions, and you can see them here. They didn't publish in 1979 a hardcover edition of it. So I have the 1979 paperback edition of it. And right now I'm missing the 1975 one in hardcover. So I have a paperback edition of that as well. So I have the complete set of them here. I'm still going to look for that hardcover version of 1975. Beside them here is another publisher's series. Crown Publishing didn't publish a lot of science fiction, but they published what they called the Crown Science Fiction Classics. Now, you can put classics on anything, right? They had contract with several older authors, and so they started putting out publications by them. Some authors that I hadn't really read, so that was kind of cool because there's James Gunn there, Chad Oliver. I haven't read some of those authors, and they actually Chad Oliver for only 10 books. There's three of them I think are from Chad Oliver. Charles L. Harness, The Paradox Man, really an interesting, good novel. Uh, so they're sort of small hardcover books and a unique, interesting series. Same artist for all the covers. I I'm not a fan of the art on those covers, but uh, yeah, that was a collecting bug, seeing if I can get those and read those. So I've read, I think, three of the 10 books so far. I think I've mentioned that I'm sort of into a stage where I'm starting to think that I'm going to be managing my collection. So I could see some of the books that we're talking about going as I've read them, and unless there's a reason I think I should keep them. That Crown Publishing, I don't see any collector's reason to really keep them. It was fun to collect them, though. I did like the Marvel comics when I was younger, and so this is just a paperback pocket book version of comics from the very first ones, Spider-Man #1 through, I don't know, there's probably about 5 or 6 comics within each of those paperbacks. So that's those collections there. Uh, to Kill a Mockingbird is just out of place, but it was there. So it filled in the shelf to kind of just uh, complete it. Neil Stevenson, large author in the science fiction field. Snow Crash was considered cyberpunk. He also does historic novels. So Cryptonomicon is a historic novel dealing with cryptography in World War II, including Bletchley and Alan Turing is in there as supporting characters, basically. But it also has a series of stories in the 1990s of some of the descendants of the people from World War II and starts to make connections with the encryption of computers and messages. And eventually, the precursor, this book was written in 1999, precursor of um, the cryptocurrency, basically.
Bitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's both history and science fiction. Anathem would be science fiction. Reads a little bit like fantasy at the beginning, but it's science fiction. Haven't read some of these other ones, but coming up at the here, Seven Eves is my favorite Neil Stevenson book. It's very clearly science fiction, and it posits right in the first few pages that something, they don't know what it is, but something passed through the moon, maybe a mini black hole or something like that. And the moon is shattering. What happens? Well, Neil Stevenson really researches science. He's a physicist. And so uh, it you think that maybe it's going to become a ring around the earth, but it becomes more dire than that. And it's really a story about will our species survive? I highly recommend that one. That's a good one. This is another Golanx production. Um, they had another imprint that they called Gateway, but what they did here is these are called omnibus editions. And an omnibus is a collection of novels by the same author. So here you have Barrington J. Bailey and 3 of his novels, Soul of the Robot, The Knights of the Limits, and The Fall of Chronopolis. There were 50 of these that were created. Um, they're pretty rare to find here in North America, but when I've found one, I've picked it up. And one of the things that I've done is if I have duplicates in my library, for example, John Brunner there, The Sheep Look Up, The Shockwave Rider, and The Traveler in Black. 2 of those books I've let go because in other formats because I have them here now in these omnibus editions. And they're the combination of primarily UK authors because it's from UK, but the Jack Williamson is an American author from New Mexico, I believe. This is one of my primary research uh, shelves. There's encyclopedia here, the Illustrated Encyclopedia. Alternate Worlds is basically an encyclopedia as well. You can see the Ultimate Encyclopedia there. Those are all illustrated books of history of science fiction, some in movies, some in books. And so some of the history and things that I know about science fiction come from those books. There's an art book, Worlds Beyond Time, sci-fi art of the 70s. Just great cover art from books. The Making of the Planet of the Apes is a fascinating, well-researched book about the the novel The Planet of the Apes by Pierre Boulle, which is a great novel, different than the movie. How they bought the rights to it and started to create a script. Rod Serling of Twilight Zone fame wrote the first script for Planet of the Apes. His script didn't get made ultimately, but that's always also very interesting. And so there's lots of things about the makeup and the filming of it with Charlton Heston. Just a really researched book by J.W. Rinsler with lots and lots of photos. My main information comes from the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction and the Encyclopedia of Fantasy. John Clute and Peter Nichols for the one, and John Grant for the other one with John Clute. Just excellent academic pieces. They've taken to online now. They won't be printing another book like these. There's an online version of the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction, which is updated. And the last one is just simply, I've put it into here with these books, is just an Ursula K. Le Guin omnibus of the books of Earthsea. This is her fantasy series, but it's illustrated by Charles Vess. Beautiful illustrations. It's just a beautiful book. Do you want me to grab that one too? The cover is very nice.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
end
Let's take a
paper.
look at.
Okay.
I always love the reference stuff.
So we'll first show you the cover and the spine again and the end here. And let's take this is the end paper here
Wow.
of this book as well.
So there's the two dragons that are on the spine.
Yes. Yeah. Ged is a young sorcerer apprentice who is very much like, or Harry Potter is very much like him at the start of these books. And there's just beautiful illustrations throughout. Here, let me just see if I grab one more for you. Both black and white and color illustrations. So here's another color illustration.
Well,
And for each of the novels, they kind of have a title page with an illustration as well in black and white. So it's just a beautiful book. NESFA Press is New England Science Fiction Association Press. They are a press that came out of science fiction conventions in Boston. And they have done something very unique in gathering authors' works who are out of print, and most often trying to gather all of their short stories together or all of their science fiction short novels together. And so each of these are ones that they've dealt with either the author themselves if they were still alive, but most often with their um,
heirs.
heirs. Yes, heirs not always in the family, but looking after their works. And so these are very thorough and well put together hardcover editions of their work. And I've found them to be just a joy to read and to look through the work of these people. From Kornbluth here, the complete short science fiction. Martians and Madness, those are the complete short novels of Frederick Brown. William Tenn. Some of these people I've talked about already a little bit. Charles L. Harness, a lot of his stuff that's out of publication. And it's just, and Chad Oliver, I had mentioned, it's really great to see these books available. They are not easy to find. They're small publications of them. Those are the time travel stories of L. Sprague de Camp. You can see by the T-Rex there over top of them. And there's some beautiful cover artwork. One of the artists that they use a lot is Bob Eggleton for their artwork on their covers. But I've just appreciated finding all this old work of authors that had been out of print that is now in print. And they will just reprint these books over and over again if there's a demand for them. And so I have the next shelf is another shelf of Nesfa Press books. They've done quite a service to the fandom by keeping these stories in print. And like you see, having the complete stories of somebody, that's amazing to be able to do that. Now, once I start to explore some of these, some other books might go. So, for example, there's the complete stories of Murray Leinster there. Well, I have another book of his short stories that might go for my, or that's essential well, maybe not. That's not the complete. But I know that Frederick Brown ones, those are complete short stories. And so I did let a short story book of his move on from my collection.
What do you generally do with them?
There's a couple different things. I like to trade to used bookstores for credit. Sometimes I send them to some friends, and other times I work with a charity called Children's Hospital Book Market. And so I'll just donate them to the charity and it goes into their sales. These are just anthologies, a bunch of anthologies, collections of science fiction stories. I like this one here, The Treasury of Great Science Fiction, edited by Anthony Boucher. Uh, it has a very interesting design because it's uh, a two-volume set. So if you scroll down lower, it has these rockets going across them, and it's just in alternate, and it alternates their covers with black and white when you look at the rest of it. So it's a very interesting graphic design, and it's a very famous one because it has a lot of the best science fiction authors from the 1940s and 50s, not only short stories, but some novellas and some short novels in there. I am not familiar with Galahad books. There are those first three there, the Science Fiction Hall of Fame. Those are from uh, the science fiction writers of America, at least at the time when this was put out. 1967, they were formed and they formed something called the Nebula Awards. But they decided that they wanted to poll their members for what was the best science fiction previous to when they made these awards. So they had, uh, there you go, that would be some of the later awards. But this one, so they pulled their the people there, and Robert Silverberg put together the very first one, which was this stories from 1929 to 1964. And in there, they had, I think it was 26. There was 26 different authors, and each of them with the best story that was voted by their members. And so, if you're looking for the best stories from 1929 to 1964 in America, this is it. And every one is a great story. Awesome volume. And then the volume 2A and 2B, those were the novellas of those years that they wanted to credit as well. So that was their way of addressing the history of science fiction before they offered awards for it. I would say that that's a key collection for somebody who's interested in science fiction. And that's continuing on. Now, these are the Nebula Award winners. And then I have a collection of the Hugo Award winners. And Isaac Asimov put those together.
It's amazing you had time to do all this stuff.
He was very prolific. I would imagine that with some of these collections, they must have had a lot of help in terms of how that
Yeah.
was going. Perhaps they were like the name that was there
Yeah.
to help sell the book. some more anthologies. Arthur C. Clarke, that would be called a collection because it's all his stories, right? Or Frank Herbert. The one in yellow there, that is an ARC, an early reader copy for reviewers potentially or people who were sort of proofreading books for them. So I just happened to pick up that one at a used book sale.
And Norton is known for their anthologies and, literature 101.
Exactly. And that's what this was.
So this is kind of a big deal that Norton is sort of uh, putting their imprimatur on this.
And it was edited by Ursula Le Guin primarily and Brian Atterbury. Yeah. I have not seen yet the actual printing of that one. So it's kind of one I keep an eye out for. This is an interesting collection where they collected just science fiction based on decades. And those Star Trek readers, those are those episodes of the original Star Trek from the 1960s that James Blish created the novelization of. So there's four of them there. And this is actually a box set of the original printing of the Science Fiction Hall of Fame. I don't use those to read. They're just sort of a collector's item for me. And I have some sampling of weird fantasy and weird science. Those were comic books that were created in and you can see a little bit at the top there, the back of the comic books. Yeah, if you scroll up a little bit, they were comics that were created in the 1950s, and they were before there was a comic code, and so they are uh, a little edgier than comics were able to be after a comic code was created.
Do you know what year
And
that was? I can look it up.
I'm guessing like 1952 or 53, maybe it was created. These often were just adaptations of short stories. Sometimes one of the interesting stories is that they would create short stories that they had basically sort of stolen from an author. So Ray Bradbury had a friend who said, "You got to look at this issue of Weird Science. They have your story in it." And so he wrote them and he said, "It looks to me like you forgot to email or to mail me the check for using my story," and whatever the story's name was. And it was his way of saying, we have noticed. And then he said, "But I have some more stories I think that you would like too." And so he created a partnership with Weird Science, and they actually created comics of a number of his stories. And it was a very crafty way of turning something that could be litigious into a partnership.
Mm.
So
So,
I have in that long shelf that's in the middle of the room, this is a picture of the end of it. It's kind of a separate one shelf that I've added to the end of it. And in here, I have nonfiction books about science fiction and also graphic novels at the bottom. So that's what that photo is. Now, this is from the rest of the shelf. It's sort of a continuation of that middle shelf where I still have a couple of books that are the best of. This is from a magazine called Fantasy and Science Fiction. Then there's a publisher series called Equinox. They published, oh, what was the name of it? Hang on a second. I'm going to grab it. They published books that were called SF Rediscovery. And I think there's 27 of them. And so I've just been picking up those as I see them. So this is number 8 of the SF Rediscovery series. And beside them, since you're off of there right now, beside it, I have also I think I've only got 2 books of this, but there's something called the Master SF series, and that is from Modern Library, no, New English Library. And the last series of books that I had sitting there is something that is called a Tor double. What that means is there's a novella on this side and a novella on this side.
Well,
So there's two novellas in one. So that first shelf there is just sort of a collection of ones that I've just happened to pick up. And those are ones when I'm in a used bookstore, if I see some more, I'll pick them up.
I think it might be useful to zoom out for a second, establish where we are.
Sure.
Um, so we went after we went down through all of these, right?
We did.
And then we came up to
This middle shelf here, I would call it.
the best of each year.
Yes.
And then we went, I think there's yeah. So,
That's good enough to show sort of both shelves then too. So we
yeah.
look through that middle one down, and now we're on the right there at the top row, on the very right at the top. If you go back up, yeah, that's right. We went through there, and that's where we are now. Yeah, on that middle shelf that reaches out into the middle of the room, we're going across there.
Okay.
So what I've done is after we come through these last couple collecting items here, so those were the three series that I showed you. We come up to also, these are called ace doubles. They are the same format as the Tor doubles, but they're older, where they'll have a novella on one side and a novella on the other side, upside down to each other. And then,
They look like that old fashioned bubble gum. Do you remember what the other
oh,
one I'm talking
Bazooka,
about?
Bazooka Joe.
Bazooka. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And then I still have some more collections of either a couple of novellas put together or some short stories. These are just kind of random ones that I have left here. And we're almost to the point where I start with authors alphabetically.
I was just going to say, the fact that they were designed like this almost makes you think they were maybe shelved right at the checkout line where the bubble gum would be.
And they also could fit in those spinner racks.
Yeah.
They're also made so that they could be the size that they could go in a jacket pocket or something like that as well.
Hmm.
So I have a few of those Twilight Zone stories. And then I get into the authors. And what I did here is these are books which are either trade paperback or hardcovers. They were bigger than those A-size ones that we looked at earlier. And so what I did is I took it alphabetically and I also just took it size wise and just grouped them together in that way. So, there, for example, there's Isaac Asimov, the robot stories, novels, I should say. We can see Ian M. Banks. I have a run of his books, which are called, uh, a series of those books are called the Culture novels, set in the very same universe and have some themes and um, settings that go across them. Very fascinating. I've read three of them, I think now, two or three, and I'm looking forward to reading more of those.
I don't know
And
if you
so,
could maybe pull one of those next time
sure.
we look at some books. I'd love to see one of those because they're just very iconic looking.
Yeah. I'll show you an older and a newer version of it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So this is an older version. This would be, let's see, 35 cents. This is going to be early 1950s.
Well,
So this is actually a Philip K. Dick short or a novella, The Cosmic Puppets. And then we have Andre Norton here, Sargasso of Space. And so right in the very middle, they actually switch directions. So let me see if I can grab that here. So these are kind of a little bit loose here, but this is this is one direction, but if I turn to the next page, it's facing the other direction in terms of finishing up the novel. A more modern one, this would be around 1970 or so. This is a larger size. So these are kind of a bit of a stubby size
Hmm.
compared to the other one. And you would have the two like this. It's kind of hard to shelve if you want to ever shelve it with the authors' names. Because for example, this one is two different authors here, Barrington J. Bailey and Jack Vance, or John Jakes, excuse me, who also wrote a lot of history type novels. So they're a lot of fun.
I also wanted to make one other quick comment, which is I I had to look it up to fact check myself, but um, I'd remember, excuse me, something about um, Elon Musk saying that the Ian Banks culture books are what he thinks is the best envisioning of the future of a sort of positive AI post-scarcity future. So I was able to find with Grok a couple tweets he put out specifically mentioning, he said Ian Banks culture books are a pretty good prediction of the future. Ian Banks culture books are the best envisioning of a mostly positive AI future by far. That's December 2024. The culture books by Banks are the best envisioning of AI I've ever read by far. Also December 2024. And the first quote I gave was December 18th, 2025. So um, that's just kind of interesting that he pointed these out as repeatedly as what he thinks is a sort of how he imagines the future might look like.
And it would be a far future. We're not talking about something that's, say, 100 years from now. We're talking things that might be thousands of years from now. But I can see how I understand why he would find it fascinating. And
Do you
it
know the
is
other
it
term
is
he
a
uses,
positive.
like
Pardon me?
surrounding a sun with thing and like capturing the energy of the sun? I forget what that's called, but there's like three levels of a
Dyson sphere,
civilization.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've read on this one here, Use of Weapons was a very fascinating novel, very interesting structure, had kind of alternating storylines, and they started at um, different ends of the storyline. So one was told backwards, the other one was told forwards, and they kind of meet in the middle. Very interesting structure, and it's done that way to give some interesting reveals. Use of
So
weapons.
I found the three levels thing I was thinking of. It's called the Kardashev scale, proposed by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev in 1964. It's a simple way to measure how advanced a civilization is based on how much energy it can harness and use. So a type 1 is a planet scale that can harness all the energy available on its home planet, solar, wind, geothermal. Um, Type 2 is a star scale civilization that can harness the entire energy output of its sun. And type 3 is a galaxy scale civilization that can harness the energy of an entire galaxy.
Hard to fathom.
The new big thing with AI is putting AI data centers in space and powering them with solar. And that's supposedly there's a lot of excitement, and they think in the next 5 years that could start to come online.
So what would be the purpose of having them in space?
I guess it's very easy to cool them, and it's also a lot of people don't want them around, and
Ah,
it's sort of a sustainable. They're powered 24 hours a day by solar. So, and with SpaceX making it much cheaper to get stuff into space, the economics are changing. So, uh, I don't know all the detail. It does seem like it's kind of the economics wouldn't make sense, but apparently there's a lot of serious people think it's going to happen. And Elon says basically, I think he said, 2, 3 years, that's going to start to happen. So
so are you saying that perhaps it's a bit of a firewall to protect us from AI?
it's more, I think that there's just going to be so much demand. And there's also
Mm.
a lot of communities don't want to allow uh, them to be built on Earth. And there may
Mm.
also it'll get more and more expensive um, to get energy on Earth, and it'll be cheaper to do it in space. So it'll just, if you own that data center in space, you'll have an economic advantage over Earth-based centers because you have basically free energy and you don't have to spend money on cooling.
I guess you're not taxed in space either.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
So, yeah, Musk is very interesting in making science fiction a reality. Like, that seems to be his mission in life.
And I've studied the sort of biographies of some of these major tech guys. Like they seem to Jeff Bezos as well. They seem to have read a lot of sci-fi in their childhoods and early years, and that was significant to. And even video games like Civilization, where it caused them to think much bigger and think very long term and have a vision for where the future is going that most normal people don't have. And so it gave them a business and an entrepreneurial advantage as well.
And I mean, science fiction is the literature of ideas, not sometimes philosophical or psychological, but also just ideas in general. And uh, it's no wonder that some of the people in the scientific communities or in the exploration communities find an affinity with science fiction because that's the the positive, one of the best influences of the literature is to go beyond, to look beyond, to not just be satisfied with what is.
Yeah. And I sometimes explain literature to people who don't read a lot of fiction as a form of modeling and simulation, which is an aspect of engineering and designing of new systems
Hmm.
that involves simulating a system. Like you have an aircraft and you want to simulate the airflow over it, or um, a ship and you want to simulate the water, but anything basically can be put into a video game like environment. Like the Sims video game was a popular one, and just kind of see what happens. And then instead of testing it in the real world where it's very expensive, you test a digital simulation of it. And this is a way of, I think sci-fi is one of the most obvious examples of that, where you can kind of simulate in your mind. And Tesla was a famous example of somebody who could simulate entire machines in his mind, made him a great inventor. So there is something about, to be at the real forefront of technology or creativity, you have to be able to see it in your mind, play with it in your mind first, and then uh, before you turn it into a blueprint.
Makes sense. All right. I'll go to Greg Bear there. Blood Music is a very interesting novel in biotechnology, and it becomes a bit of a horror novel as well. But I would say for Bear that that's probably one of his most famous science fiction novels. One that if you're looking at reading one of his novels, I would suggest that one. And it's a bit of an homage to Arthur C. Clarke's Childhood's End in terms of how it uh, takes a concept and takes it another level and then even one more level. And there's those two books belong together, Darwin's Radio and Darwin's Children. That Blood Music one, once again, is, I believe, uh, if I remember right, that's a book club edition, first edition of it. Then we then we continue on with Gregory Benford, another great scientist who's became a science fiction author. And that's a series of his there, The Ocean of the Night. Timescape is probably one of his favorite or most famous ones. Um, Charles Beaumont, Perchance to Dream, a gentleman who died way too early. He was in his early 30s. He wrote his short stories. Besides Richard Matheson and Rod Serling, his stories were the stories that were primarily the stories drawn from for Twilight Zone, the original series from 1959 to 1964. I keep on mentioning that. I should say that that's one of my favorite television series of all time. Basically, short story anthology television series. And there's my copy of Planet of the Apes by Pierre Boulle. That, along with Childhood's End, were two science fiction novels that I read that I hadn't seen the movie for Planet of the Apes. They're ones that I read that were very influential and were beyond novelizations. This is the original novel from 1963 of Planet of the Apes, also known as Monkey Planet in the UK.
Yes.
Here's my Bradbury collection of stories. I have two huge collections there of the stories of Ray Bradbury. None of them are duplicated. Most famous novel, which is really sort of a fix-up of short stories, is The Martian Chronicles. The Illustrated Man, that's a book club edition from of the Illustrated Man. And Killer Come Back to Me are his crime fiction for Ray Bradbury. Now, Earth Clan, you'll start to see some omnibuses in my collection. I like collecting hardcover omnibuses, so this one has two stories in it by David Brin, Star Tide Rising and The Uplift War. And you'll see right next to it John Brunner, three complete novels that he has in there as well. I find that those are a good way of collecting books. Um, you're a young man, but I'm getting older and I find it a little bit easier to read from hardcover editions of books rather than those small paperbacks. And they also hold together well better as they age. So I've taken to when reasonably priced collecting some of those. So you can see I had a copy of that in the Science Fiction Masterworks. My plan, I haven't read it yet. My plan is to read this one of Stand on Zanzibar by John Brunner. It's from Essentials from Tor. That is a series of books that they have about essentials of science fiction. What I want to do is use this as a reading copy because it's a little bit bigger. And after I've read it, this book will probably move on and I'll just keep the classic one in my collection. And you can see A Clockwork Orange is a classic by Anthony Burgess. Octavia Butler. Oh, this is an author that I've just recently started to read and I love her work, and that's why I've been collecting more and more of it. I'm actually just reading Dawn right now. Uh, the an African American author who may not have got the attention she deserved at the time she was writing, but is definitely becoming more and more noted in the science fiction field. Ender's Game, for many people know that. Good series of books there, Connected by C. Robert Cargill, Sea of Rust, and Day Zero. That's robot uprising type stuff. Some people might recognize Ted Chiang as the person who wrote the short story, which became the movie Arrival, um, and that came out, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. Death of Grass is a great book by a British author named John Christopher, came out in the 1950s, posing the idea, what would happen if there was a plague that killed all the grass in the world? Basically, our food line. And it's set in the UK, and things have gone bad, and there's bombs dropping, and a guy is trying to get his family out safely to a farm that's in a valley that they think they can protect themselves from what's going on. Hal Clement was a science teacher in high school, and he wrote novels which were very much science based. And so he's known for that from the 1950s and 60s. Um, this, a lot of people will know, is called The Expanse. It's a series of 9 novels and one short story collection. They made a TV series out of the very first 6 novels here.
And at a
It
certain
is
point,
more,
they changed. Oh, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, they changed the livery here a little bit, right? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, they switched. That sort of usually indicates that the author has become a household name.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you see Stephen King, you don't see the name of his book prominent on his books.
But you never see that like in the middle of a series like this. At least
I
I
know.
can't ever remember that.
I don't know if these might be different printings as well.
Okay.
One of the things that I think this one has going for it is it's primarily set within our solar system. There's some stuff that happens later on, uh, but I think that it it quite respects science in the way it's written and in the way it tries to talk about things that happen in space and how machines are powered and people can move from place to place. It doesn't happen instantaneously.
Do you think you'll ever go to space?
I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to live that long, um, unless longevity becomes something that is there. But and I think it just will be way too expensive. Obviously, there's some people who are touching space with Jeff Bezos and his rocket.
Do you think you're going to get one of these humanoid robots?
We'll get one.
Yeah.
I have a Roomba,
Oh, all right.
so that's my robot.
Everything I hear is that all the first gen humanoid robots are going to be starting to be mass produced and released later this year. So
Really?
yeah.
Oh, I don't know that. That'll be
Wall Street Journal
fascinating.
put out a great video earlier, either beginning of this year, or late last year, where they spent like a whole day with this guy who's a founder. And I'm seeing videos every week on Twitter now, just to like, hey, look at this robot like doing this Amazon warehouse task or doing this, households doing the laundry, doing the dishes. I mean, those kind of skills are cooking. Those are all going to be sort of robot ready in the next, looks like year or two.
Well, I know Amazon is laying off a lot of employees, so it
Yeah.
must be working for them, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots to talk science fiction wise in that area. But I could see potentially having a robot. I mean, as I get older, I mean, there'll be things that I could use help with, I'm sure. Another Canadian author that I haven't read, but I just started to collect her books when I saw it is Julie E. I think it's Cerneda, but I haven't read any of her work yet. But as you can see, I sort of have a theme. If I find Canadian authors, I just say, okay, I'll pick up those books as I see them. Plus, because I live in Canada, there's more of a chance I'll see those. But you can see it's an American publication with DAW. Science Fiction Book Club. Those are great books too. Um, we talked about book club editions. Some of them are very specific to being science fiction book clubs. And right at the end, there's one that's right here, Counterfeit Unrealities by Philip K. Dick. If you scroll down on that one, that's a science fiction book club right there. That's a great way of collecting books as well. And those used to be book clubs that you subscribed to and would be mailed out to you. And there's Thomas M. Dish. I mentioned him before. These are uh, books that are not science fiction, but because he wrote them, I have them in my collection because I respect him very much as a writer. These are more, uh, what should I say? They're not mainstream, more towards a little bit of horror, I would believe.
They almost look like thrillers in terms of
Yeah.
their design.
And the names, right? The names are just
Yeah.
of the businessman or the MD. They have another one, I think is it called The Priest? Something like that. I don't have that one. That triplicity there is three Thomas M. Dish novels, the three novels I've read, his earliest three novels. Cory Doctorow, another Canadian science fiction author. I've read a little bit of his work. He is also famous for just commentary on technology. And you may have heard of his term he's come up with and promoted a lot or talked about a lot called the enshittification of things.
Oh yeah.
Um, that's
That's
that's this
huge.
gentleman. And he's quite a bit on media. I'm sure if you're interested, you can find videos about his views.
Yeah, really important from a business perspective to understand how platforms kind of go through a life cycle and sort of an early high, at least from the consumer perspective, and then tends to go downhill over time once they capture a market.
I guess I didn't really mention that the enshittification he's talking about is primarily of the internet, of how it had been this wide open opportunity place, and now it's kind of really corporate run. Some short stories there by Ellison. William Gibson, he is originally an American. He came, I believe he came to Canada to avoid being drafted for the Vietnam War and has stayed in Canada. So um, I don't know if he's revoked his American citizenship, but I embrace him as a Canadian as well because he's brought these books here in Canada. A very popular author out there now is Matt Haig. Some people wouldn't think of him as science fiction, but he really is. And you can see another science fiction book club there for Heinlein. So now we're actually moving to the other side of that shelf. I skipped the shelf where I had some nonfiction stuff and graphic novels. We'll talk about that later. But we're on the backside. That's right. We're on this backside of the shelf now. And so that's a good picture of seeing how those books are back to back in that shelf. So,
Make our way back over to the close up here.
mhm. So in this shelf here,
We see a lot of these vintage. I've noticed they're
yes,
kind of sprinkled throughout your collection.
yeah, and that's a uh, publisher imprint. Once again, sometimes for example, for Aldous Huxley, I thought, okay, I'll just get these all together then. A more modern author, Kazu Ishiguro, Clara and the Sun is fairly famous. People may not think of Stephen King as a science fiction author, but 11/22/63 is a time travel novel about what would happen if you could um, avoid or prevent uh, John F. Kennedy from being assassinated. And there you can see one of those essentials from Tor for the best of R.A. Lafferty.
Would that be considered alternative history?
Yes, definitely.
And do you have
I mean, it's
any?
time travel and alternative history, right? Because you're affecting that history. Sometimes alternative history doesn't even have a time travel component to it. It just simply is. So if you said, for example, that there's one that I read called Pavan by Keith Roberts, where what if um, the Catholic Church, actually, I'll back up on that. I believe that it is the Anglican Church is not started, so the Catholic Church is still prominent within the UK area, and what would happen in terms of the progress within their society and the monarchy.
Well,
And so then it plays out into some things that happen. I haven't read Anne Lackey yet, but I know that she's an award-winning author, more recent, and so when I saw her books, picked them up. That'll be a common theme, picking up books either recommended by people or that have won some awards in anticipation of reading them in the future.
how does alternate history sort of as a category fit with science fiction as a category?
They basically think of it, or most people think of it as a subgenre within science fiction. It really very much can read like history, though. Fatherland by Thomas Harris is what if Hitler was successful or they didn't lose the war, and an examination of a mystery within Berlin with a person solving a mystery. Definitely an alternate history novel. Reads like a mystery thriller. Um, Not everyone would consider it science fiction, but it could definitely be considered science fiction. I think that's that slipstream quality again
Hmm.
about what you think of as science fiction. These are large collections of Ursula K. Le Guin's short stories and a couple more books that have short stories of hers. Not all of her stories are science fiction. Some of them are just fiction. Very strong literary author in Ursula K. Le Guin.
Some MIT
Stanislaw
Press
Lem.
here.
You know what that is?
MIT Press, yeah.
You got it. Yeah, right. The reason that MIT Press has got this is there's a certain translator from Polish to English that has been retranslating some of Stanislaw Lem's work. So I showed you earlier a book of The Invincible. This is the one that I actually read because it's considered to be the correct, or not correct, but the best translation. The previous one I showed you had been translated from Polish into, I think it was German, and then they translated from German into English. And back in those days, I guess uh, it wasn't as huge a concern to try to get it correct to the language itself if you had a German translator within your, if you didn't have a Polish translator within your, I don't know,
Bullpen.
reach, yeah, ability to find, but you had a German translator, well, let's get that version of it.
It looks like this is Northwestern University Press here also.
Yep. Yeah.
That's always kind of interesting when a university press is publishing fiction because that's not usually what they focus on.
Lem is definitely a very interesting writer in terms of his literary chops, and but his also just his very he has a range of stories from very serious to somewhat funny or somewhat satirical. Uh, the Three Body Problem, this trilogy by Xian Lu, is quite famous now. There's a Netflix series on it, and it I haven't read it, but I know once again that I want to read it. I did see actually the Three Body Problem on Netflix, and I do want to get into it pretty soon because I know they're coming out with the second series soon. Richard Matheson, I Am Legend is probably his most famous novel. And the best of Richard Matheson, those are his short stories. I've talked about him a fair bit already. Cormac McCarthy, would you think of him as a science fiction, having written a science fiction novel?
Yeah.
Yeah. The road is definitely something has gone horribly wrong as an apocalypse in the world, and the story of a son and a father traveling through that world. Some of those Jack McDevitt's that I collected, there was also some hardcovers I've collected of his. I wouldn't say, I'm trying to think if there's any other Cormac McCarthy I would say is a science fiction book. I don't think so, that I know of at least.
We were just talking about him with another bookshelf tour guest, and apparently he has one of the largest vocabularies in terms of any major author. I think it's like 20 or 30,000 words, different words he used across all of his work.
That's fascinating. Yeah, that with computers, that's a lot easier to calculate out.
Yeah. So like I guess he's sort of in the same there's like James Joyce, and he had Finnegan's Wake, and obviously a lot there, but Cormac McCarthy is also in that conversation.
I see I have an upside down book. Uh, Walter Miller, uh, Walter M. Miller, Canticle for Leibowitz, fascinating author, American, came through World War II, was on a plane that bombed a monastery in Italy, and it affected him for the rest of his life. Um, really good work here. The St. Leibowitz and the Horse Woman was published posthumously. He had written it, but he didn't like it and then couldn't rework it. And it while it contains interesting extrapolation of a canticle for Leibowitz's world, it's not a great story. And I have it for completion purposes, but he didn't write a lot. I mean, there was the short stories and a canticle for Leibowitz. Canticle for Leibowitz has often been taught even in university in some courses. Moorcock wrote Elric of Melniboné, a series of novels, and those are some collections of those. Yeah, the Elric saga. He also wrote, those were fantasy, and he wrote science fiction. This is an alternate history, actually, The Nomad of Time. The Complete Tales and Poems of Edgar Allan Poe. Some of Poe's work is some people consider as science fiction.
Like what?
Good question. I don't know. I haven't read it. But I know that who is it? Penguin has the science fiction of Edgar Allan Poe as one of their collections.
Should AI will have something from that.
Yeah. I mean, all I know just some of the classic horror ones, Pendulum and others. There's some of the Christopher Priest that I've collected. And then I have a whole series of books by Alistair Reynolds. I've only read one of his books so far. I've been impressed by it. So there we go. We started Alistair Reynolds. He's written from 2000 to the present. He's a scientist as well, and he writes more space opera type things, things that are based in space that consider time dilation and AI and some interesting stuff. I've only read one of his books so far, but I've been collecting them as they come up because I think he's somebody that I really would enjoy if I keep on reading him. And puts out about a book a year, so there's quite a few of them out there.
So I got a list of the Poe
Ah, okay.
sci-fi here. There's The Unparalleled Adventure of One Hans Fall, 1835. Man travels to the moon via balloon. And one of the earliest technically detailed space travel stories. There's The Balloon Hoax, a fake newspaper report of a balloon crossing the Atlantic. Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar, 1845. Dying man is hypnotized at the moment of death, exists in a suspended state
Ooh.
between life and death. Used that's in the age of mesmerism. So mesmerism was the hot thing, and it was kind of tapping into that.
Mm-hmm.
There's Eureka, a prose poem, a full cosmological theory of the universe. So those are the, I guess, 4 major works that it listed here.
Mm-hmm.
And it says he directly influenced Jules Verne, who explicitly acknowledged him, and H.G. Wells, who had early speculative journalism and a scientific romance. And when I think of Wells, I think of his radio shows.
Are you saying that H.G. Wells recorded radio shows?
If
Or are you thinking
memories,
his fiction as radio shows?
if memory serves, it was there was some famous kind of period where his stuff was on the radio and people
Ah,
thought it was real, and it
the War
caused
of the
kind of
Worlds. Yeah.
yeah.
There was a radio broadcast of it where they thought that they were actually making a actual news broadcast of an invasion. Yeah. I actually like the old movie of it as well from the 1950s of War of the Worlds.
Here's the AI thing about that. So, radio programs based on H.G. Wells. Single most famous one is Orson Welles' Wells, 1938 radio adaptation of The War of the Worlds on the Mercury Theater on Air, broadcast on CBS on October 30, 1938. Notorious for its mock news format that made people think a real Martian invasion was underway, although CBS did include announcements that it was a dramatization.
The problem was it's an appointment viewing or appointment listening, right? So if you missed the beginning of the broadcast, unless they were announcing it in between, you would tune in and go, "What's going on? Why is this special news report on?" So, of these books, if people are interested, the only one, actually, I've read two of them. And when you listen to an audiobook, do you say that you read it?
Uh, I really sort of avoid talking about what I read and
Okay.
counting what I read, so it doesn't usually come up, but I would consider it reading. And I've actually, I'm probably going to do a video about this at some point, but I have an uncle who's blind, and I've studied a lot of early tech comes through people who are disabled, and Neuralink with what they're doing with quadriplegics to be able to control a mouse and other things. A lot of the tech that we enjoy comes from stuff developed for people with disabilities, and so there are scholars who are blind and they've gone their entire lives only reading via braille or via audio or somebody reading to them. So I think audiobooks and just audio in general is on par with reading in terms of what you can do with it and fully process. I think if you're distracted or you're driving or doing chores, it's definitely not the same as sitting there reading. But I've also sat there reading a book and I had something else on my mind and I just reread the same paragraph 5, 10 times and nothing, I just had to go on a walk or go to the gym or something because I was not going to get any real reading done. So I think I think there's probably studies that maybe show it's a little different from reading on the page, but I think there's this larger issue of the kind of depth of the cognitive processing that's happening. And that's something that can't really be measured externally very well.
Yeah. The reason I said that is when you scroll up the House of Suns, I listened to on a long trip. And you're right, reading or listening while you're driving, at least for me, that didn't work so well. So I do intend to reread it. Um, but I read Chasm City, excuse me, not Chasm, Chasm City with some friends of mine. And it was a buddy read we did together. And I really enjoyed it. And so I'm looking forward to, because I've heard the novel and then read this one, I'm really looking forward to the rest of his work.
And there's actually a good argument um, specifically for why audiobooks are better, which is especially if you're reading the classics for the first time and you don't know how to pronounce a lot of these names or places, having the audiobook you'll kind of ingrain the proper way to pronounce each of those names. And then when you read it the second time, you're not struggling. And that can be a really frustrating thing is to read something and not know how to pronounce, and you kind of can't remember it well because it's like, oh, it's this or it's that. So audiobooks can actually be a great way to get the first pass or the first read through something that you might read multiple times even, or even get
Agreed.
accents or multiple different voices for different characters. So audio can actually be better than text for some situations.
Maybe I would have known how to say John Wyndham then. The uh, the audiobooks are also really dependent on the narrator as well. Some of them are really good, and uh, yeah, I I think any way of really being able to process those ideas are important. It's just like typing versus handwriting versus doing a voice recording. Uh, different different methods of media reach different folks, or sometimes we need to have multiple together. I know that Sometimes in school, kids would listen to an audiobook and have the book in front of them reading it as well, in terms of helping them with comprehension, but also just helping them learn how to read too.
And there's YouTubers, and I was listening to a podcast of a guy who, um, he said he's a slow reader. It was actually may have been the Sean Ryan podcast, which is one of the top military, I think Special Forces, Navy SEAL, maybe, podcasts. And the guy was saying, like, to get through the book, because he's a slow reader, this is the guest on the show. It actually may have been a different show now that I think about it, but yeah, it may have been the Tier 1 podcast. But the guy was saying he's a slow reader, and so he um, will have the audiobook playing to kind of keep himself going at a certain pace. And I was going to say another thing for audiobooks is if you get the author reading it, just linguistically speaking, there's a lot of information of oral communication that's lost in the written form. So the way the tonality is structured and the pauses and the quality of how it's spoken, that's all information that's lost in the written form. And so it's fundamentally a richer form of communication, but it is also a hermeneutic where if it's a random person reading it, they're giving you their interpretation of
Yeah.
the book as they read. And definitely a bad narrator makes you want to read it and not or just listen to a robot voice. I feel like half the time I'd rather listen to one of my robot voices than listen to the narrator. So it's hit or miss.
Yeah. Well, anyways, moving on, there's the Alistair Reynolds, Adam Roberts. One of the things I find interesting about science fiction is that it can also fit in all sorts of other genres within it, or use or mash up perhaps. The Real Town Murders is a science fiction murder mystery story. You can have science fiction westerns. You can have, I talked about a medical hospital in space. A lot of people wouldn't think of medical science fiction, I find it's an interesting one in that it can absorb or play well with other genres too. The Sparrow and Children of God. It's interesting that one is, those two have a religious aspect to them of Jesuits going out into space. A lot of interesting things to say potentially with colonization through those
Hmm.
books. Contact with Carl Sagan. I think a lot of people are familiar with that. Robert J. Sawyer is the Canadian author that I've been collecting his books and reading his books. Looking forward to seeing him, I think, at the end of May.
Hugo and Nebula.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think there's another one, the, the Terminal Man, that has won a number of those awards as well. And a couple of older hardcover editions of some of the authors I enjoy, James A. Schmitz and Bob Shaw.
What's the Medusa's Children about?
I don't know. I haven't read that one.
Hmm. It's got a groovy cover on it.
Hmm. Carl Schrader, as well as a Canadian. Haven't read any of those three books there. Mary Shelley. I've read Frankenstein before, but I've not read The Last Man. Apparently, it is one of the first Last Man novels of only one person surviving on Earth, basically. So I'm very curious to read that one. I know it'll be a little bit, some of these older books can be a little bit dry in the reading of it, but I think I'm going to enjoy that one. There's a few by Clifford D. Old time 1930s short stories, Doc Smith. He actually was a doctor. Um, we have Chronicles of Lensman. Yeah, it's a science fiction book club. And there's a second volume of it on the next shelf, and something also called the Skylark, the Complete Skylark, the Skylark of Space. Those are 1930s stories with some cool spaceships from John Berkey, I think, is the artist. Emily St. John. Station 11 was made into an HBO television series. I think it was fairly well received. So she's a more modern science fiction author. Weird Frequencies, that is a book that is short stories by YouTubers who have science fiction or other pulp fiction type things. They look into those stories. So these are short stories that were collected and printed on Amazon. And I have a cartoon actually in there.
Oh,
One of the things that I've done is draw some basic comics just for fun. But once I started my YouTube channel, I sort of put that aside for a while.
do you have any you can show us? Can you show the one that you did in here?
I certainly could. Hang on one sec. One of the things that they decided to do is make sure that they published it in a size that was that A format mass market paperback size, just because that's what we, you know, enjoyed looking at and reading and collecting. So this was something that was called Bobby and the Spaceman. And it was a comic about it was kind of a gentle comic, and it was this one was in particular a comic about reading. But the gist of the series that I created of those is there was a person who would sit on a park bench, an old man who had a space helmet that he would wear, or and he had this little girl who would come to the park with her mother, and she would bother him all the time. And it was sort of a juxtaposition between this old man in a space helmet and this young girl bothering him. And eventually we find out his story that he had actually been an astronaut and something bad had happened in space. And uh, using the helmet was a way of shielding himself from the world and from some of his feelings. And eventually this girl kind of breaks through. But it's sort of done in a gentle uh, way of comparing the wisdom of youth and the wisdom of elderly people.
How
If
long
people are
is
interested, I have links to that at my website. I have, if you go to VintageSF.ca, you can find in the menu Bobby and the Spaceman. You can see some of my comics. VintageSF.ca. CA is for Canada.
how many frames is it?
There are usually 9 frames on each one of the ones I've published, and there's, I think, 13 of them.
Well,
And so some authors we've already talked about, Walter Tevis, yeah, and James Tiptree Jr.
you want to talk about these
And
vertical ones first?
yeah, those ones there are a collection of store or novels from Jeff Vandermeer. And Annihilation would be one that people may be familiar with because it was made into a movie. Um, So those are just three or two omnibus editions of 3 novels each. Jack Vance, The Tales of the Dying Earth, are the same thing as another omnibus edition of short novels Jack Vance wrote in the 50s and 60s. And there's a trilogy from Joan D. Vinge. Um, the Snow Queen was a fairly famous novel that won a lot of awards. I think it was from about 1984. Then World's End and Summer Queen came out in the next 6 years after that. I actually had the Snow Queen assigned to me, I believe, was it Snow Queen? In a course. I took a science fiction course in university. I think it was like in 1985. So Snow Queen must have just come out at that point, and it was one of the books I read, along with A Canticle for Leibowitz at the time. And Werner Vinge was her husband, and he's kind of known for some of his science fiction. That was one of those ones where, how do you say it? It looks like Vinge, but there was actually an interview where he was talking about his own name, so that's why I call him Vinge. And there's James White. Those are those medical books. That's a collection of them. Connie Willis is a well decorated science fiction author from the 90s and early 2000s. A lot of time travel books for her. I think it's from Harvard that they travel.
Hmm.
Robert Charles Wilson, you'll see up there. That those are some of those books that I really enjoy from this Canadian author. Robopocalypse below there. A lot of people find that a funny name. I do too, but it's actually a really good novel about what if robots, the robot uprising idea, but it's done in a way that is sort of small vignettes um, that we see what happens throughout the world. He's actually a robotic scientist, so it's very interesting to see his take on it.
Hmm.
At one point, Steven Spielberg wanted to make a movie of it.
Oh,
So there's my Robert Charles Wilson collection. Gene Wolfe, The Book of the New Sun. That's a omnibus of 4 books that are challenging sometimes, but are very well considered within the science fiction community. And We by Yevgeny Zem. Oh, I used to know how to pronounce it because I looked it up, but it is a Russian author, 1920, uh, around the same time of Brave New World, those sort of things came out. An amazing look at people who lived in a glass city where they could be observed. Uh, Fascinating book. That was one that I don't think I would have discovered except for looking at science fiction and hearing about some different science fiction books.
don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, I don't think I've seen it either in terms of any other book. Rogers Lasny, we talked about a little bit. This is he has 10 books in the Amber Chronicles. They start off in the real world and move into a fantasy world. I just had some odds and ends. Those are my business card that has a link to my YouTube channel, and I just have old uh, cover art from books or magazines that I put on there. Not for sale, just for use for bookmarks or promotion. And H.G. Wells, that's a collection of his books. And below there, I have magazines that form the Demolished Man novel by Alfred Bester. And those are from the early 1950s. And just for completion purposes, that was just my last shelf there with Stephen King, some of his other books that I have read, and Michael Connelly. That one was just signed by the author. Um, yeah, just a few things that are sitting
You ever
around.
thought about writing a novel yourself?
Comics was about as close as I came to doing something like that. I have difficulty writing long form. I like to be more concise. I could perhaps write short stories, but haven't thought about it seriously, no. Huh. A great book that's there that maybe a lot of people don't know. You have your cursor on it, Finite and Infinite Games by James P. Carse. Very interesting to think about life as finite or infinite games. Are you trying to play to continue a game, or are you trying to win just to win a game and in a short condensed version? It's a philosophy book basically, but it's also game theory that a lot of people who make games have find this a very fascinating book too.
Yeah, it's sort of a cult classic in the entrepreneurship and Silicon Valley world.
Yeah. So I think we still have that one bookshelf, yeah, with the graphic novels and the nonfiction. So I think this is from the graphic novels there. Doug TenNapel was very, in my opinion, very good graphic novel artist who had a lot of books that were actually published by Scholastics for school as well. And just a creative, inventive person and had a sort of almost a scratchy art style that was really cool. Louis Riel is a story of a Métis leader from my province, and a Canadian cartoonist, Chester Brown, did a biography of him in comic book form. These I have not read yet, but I understand this is a very famous manga series of the history of Japan, and you can see the years there. Now, sometimes on my channel, I do reviews of things that aren't science fiction as well, and so that will probably be one. Akira is a very, very famous manga and anime uh, movie as well, and it has to deal with psychic powers and sort of, how should I say it, brought to uh, unbelievable. I'm not doing a good job of describing that one. It's a future Tokyo, and there are bike gangs there, and there's kids who are affected in a way that gives them psychic and powers which are unimaginable, and scientists are using them uh, in ways that they shouldn't, and things get out of hand. We'll say that. Jeff Lemire is a great uh, graphic novelist, Canadian too. Essex County is amazing, and you can see Roughneck there. A lot of people know him for Sweet Tooth. There was a TV series or Netflix series on that that was one of his books as well.
Mouse.
Yes, Spiegelman, uh, Cats and Mice, telling the story of concentration camps in Germany. Very, very powerful, and it really dealt with a lot of the history that Spiegelman had within his family or other families. Just a powerful story about the Holocaust in comic book form. So here's the nonfiction two-volume set of Robert A. Heinlein story biography. Um, what else should I touch on here? Thomas M. Dish, that's his just little essays about science fiction on SF. Joe Walton, that's also just very brief little essays about science fiction, reviews of books and commentary. Uh, yeah, Mary Shelley, her life, her fiction, and her monsters. The Dream Makers ones there are uh, basically small essays about different science fiction authors that Charles Platt interviewed, along with some of their biographic information. Frederick Pohl, this is a reminiscence for him, the way the future was. He was a fan and editor of science fiction all the way from the 1930s into the 1970s, and this is his memoir of that. I'd mentioned James Tiptree Jr., The Double Life of Alice B. Sheldon. This is a well researched, amazing story, almost unbelievable at parts by Julie Phillips. And I understand that Julie Phillips is presently working on a biography of Ursula K. Le Guin. And if that one comes out, I'll just buy that one right away because I was so impressed by this book. It was one of the best books I read this last year. And I think this is our last shelf. Another Thomas M. Dish book there. As you can see, I do respect his work.
What's that
There's
one like?
interviews. Go ahead.
What's that one like?
This one is more about uh, what's how science fiction has affected our society and the things that we've made have been influenced by science fiction. Interviews with science fiction legends is exactly what it sounds like. Richard Walensky, I think he did a radio interview section with science fiction writers. And so these are sort of transcripts that he's also worked on a little bit and put into book form. Astounding is the story of the magazine with John W. Campbell. So basically, it's a story of the golden age, but also what happened to some of these very famous authors that he had: Isaac Asimov, Robert A. Heinlein, L. Ron Hubbard, and other golden age science fiction authors.
Yeah,
And
L. Ron Hubbard has an interesting story.
yes, I was going to see if you had heard of him. A science fiction author who wrote a lot of pulp fiction, who wrote a way of, I'll generously say it's a way of thinking, but it became basically a religion uh, and profited from it highly, and it's called Scientology. Can be a very dividing issue too, in terms of how that's viewed. There's definitely some people who uh, find that Scientology has really helped them in formatting the way they think about things and achieve things.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things I'm really interested in the history of psychology and going back into theology and religious counseling and Dianetics is a piece of that. Modern Science of Mental Health by Hubbard, 1950. Um, the sort of overlap between psychology and as sort of a secularized religion and um, Scientology is in that kind of larger universe of theories of the mind, consciousness, etc.
Yeah. There's some people who don't like him though because they feel that he pulled John W. Campbell and E. E. Van Vogt kind of into that realm and that it affected science fiction in the early 1950s.
Hmm.
Then I have a couple of books that are about Ray Bradbury, the life of Ray Bradbury
Could you
by,
just quickly say how he pulled them into that, or was it just guilt by association?
oh, because uh, John W. Campbell really believed that there was, I'm just paraphrasing this from my memory of reading Astounding and some other things, that there was something going on with the mind and that we were exploring psychic abilities and there was a large, strong stream of psychic telekinesis and abilities put into science fiction around this time that lasted almost 15 years or so. And before that, John W. Campbell was all about the science in science fiction, but because he felt that the psychic realm was science, he was promoting that within his science fiction as well. Then we have Bradbury. I've listened to the Echoes, which were interviews with Bradbury, and as soon as I read that, I wanted to get the Bradbury Chronicles. Haven't read it yet though. And then biography of about John Wyndham by Amy Binns deals a little bit with his love affair with a school teacher later in his life. And Adam Roberts has done a just sort of a look at science fiction, but the bigger look on science fiction is by Brian W. Aldiss here. It's Trillion Year Spree, and it takes it basically. Uh, it's not a trillion years, and it used to be the billion year spree, and so I actually have a copy of both. There, the trillion years is the next edition of it with further information. But it takes it from Mary Shelley basically as the start of science fiction and forward and it's a survey and talks about uh, trends. And Brian W. Aldiss does definitely have some opinions too about some of the writers and things that have happened. And what do we have here? Remember, I was talking about a guy named Stephen E. Andrews. He was the outlaw bookseller. He actually wrote these books, 100 must-read science fiction novels and 100 must-read fantasy novels. And so I have those copies. One of them is signed by him, and just recommendations and of what you could read. And a lot of science fiction booktubers like to have uh, lists of science fiction that are sort of core science fiction books that they can go through. And so this is one of those type of uh, books, except that it goes beyond. It'll recommend a book, but then also say, here's some other books in that vein. So there's, it says 100 must read. It probably has within here like 400, 500 books that you could look at if you wanted to. And the last two are graphic novels by uh, one of my friend's daughter, Natalie Warner there. And so those are really interesting graphic novels, wordless. It's all just by picture. So I think that takes us through my shelves. A couple of books that I just recently picked up. Another Robert Charles Wilson. A friend of mine really wants me to read The Map of Time, so I got that book from him. And Shirley Jackson. She was kind of a major influence for Richard Matheson, who I've talked about quite a bit. And a lot of people know her story, The Lottery. The Haunting of Hill House was made into a television series, but very different from her work. A lot of people love We Have Always Lived in a Castle, the Castle. So these aren't science fiction. These are more, uh, it's like slightly off kilter reality towards horror sometimes.
There's also a couple military connections to that I was just thinking of when you were talking about L. Ron Hubbard that people might want to look into. The first one came up. It wasn't the one I was looking for, but called the Stargate program. And there was another one called MK Ultra.
Mm,
And there's a lot of interesting declassified documents and books covering those programs, kind of exploring consciousness and some of these kind of special abilities and trying to take a scientific or quasi-scientific look at the hype that was around some of these things at the time in the early 50s and sort of post World War II era.
yeah. Well, and you know what? When I talked about Akira, it's very much in this vein as well, in terms of what Akira was about as a story. MK Ultra is very interesting. That I don't I don't know if there's a book that's specifically about it that would be recommended reading, but I've sure heard a lot of interesting things about the reality of the military seeking ways of using psychic abilities.
Yeah. So, do you want to say anything to sort of bring all of this collection together, as well as if there's any kind of recommendations you might want in the comments from people, and then we can talk about where people can find you and what any plans you have for the future.
Sure. So, um, this collection is my retirement project. I intend to read as much of it as I can. And if I find perhaps that there's an author I don't enjoy, I may just move those on. I also found that having a YouTube channel became an integral part of this project because now I'm reading books sometimes with people and discussing it on YouTube. But I'm also meeting people from different countries and creating friendships. And I know that, Timothy, you've met a lot of people now doing these library tours, I'm sure, as well. And it's amazing how these kind of connections can be made here. Very surprising to me. I thought it was going to be a very solitary venture when I started out doing this. And it's just been a pleasure being able to read for pleasure, but also to be able to talk about it with people and to actually have people chatting back to me in the comments or meeting, as I said, some of these other YouTubers. So uh, I started this out, and I didn't say this at the beginning, but I started out thinking about this like it's a 5-year mission. Let's see what I'll do. But I've collected so many books, I'll be reading a long time after that. And yeah, it's fun. And I hope that some of the things that I have to share with people becomes uh, becomes recommendations that they can take, whether they think they would like what I enjoy or what I don't. That I can give them awareness of some of the authors that there are from the past, that there is a history to this genre, and this history of the genre does affect our society. And in some ways, we live very much in a science fictional world now. So I hope that you enjoyed seeing my library, and I hope that perhaps you'll join me in reading some science fiction.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for sharing your library with us. We'll have links down in the comments where everyone can find your channel. And we look forward to seeing what everybody has to say down in the comments.
I really appreciate this, Timothy. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you.